Good evening, and this is your host Ankit joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Nick Palaveda joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina, and Kimberly Calhoun joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Good morning to the world, and welcome to IBM TV Economics Monday. And as usual, we have a great lineup discussing about business, economics, and law. Nick, what's the lineup for the day?
Well, we have a fantastic lineup this morning. It's Labor Day in the United States, but not Labor Day throughout the world. And of course, we have people throughout the world who's going to be joining us. First of all, we'll start with the Washington Report, find out what's happening with the Tower of Power in Washington, D.C. with our friend Bill Trezevant. Later on, we're also going to hear from Australia, my mate in Australia, Shakeel Latimer, and also my mate, Willie Hill from Australia will be joining us and finding out what's going on in Singapore and also in Australia. Then later on, around 10:30, Sharif Rana, who runs the Sharif School of Economics from Malaysia, will be joining us. And then we have a very special guest, 11 o'clock, Mark Litwak, who's the adjunct professor for the University of Southern California, otherwise known as USC, who's the specialist in entertainment law. I stole him from my show, as opposed to, he may want to go on Celebrity Tuesday show. But anyway, Mark, I have his books back here. I mean, he is the world famous entertainment lawyer from Hollywood, is going to be joining us. And then, of course, we're going to bring in Jeff Brown, who's the dean of the University of Illinois Business School, and perhaps even Ted Snyder, the former dean of Yale University Business School and also an economics professor at Yale, because he may not have school, but then he gets a day off, maybe. We don't like to give people days off here, Ankit. Labor Day means you just work harder. Then David Cay Johnston, the Pulitzer Prize winner, also professor at Syracuse Law, would be joining us around noon, along with Holmes Stoner, the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce. And then I've got another special guest, James Hopkins, who's a former professor of the American College, and he's now with the Carson Group. He's also an attorney. Will be joining us around 12:30, along with Ben Bandry, who's the advisor to European and world leaders in Switzerland, come at 12:30. Then Alexander Starr, who's the host of Modern Investing with Sasha, and then Jim Eade with the Eade Foundation will be joining us, and we'll finish off Economics Monday. So even though it is Labor Day and people think they don't have to work, in America, you work harder during this point of time. And to bring our hard-working people in, we'll find out what's going on in Washington, because we know those lazy socialists want to give away all of our money, so we don't have to work any harder. But let's find out from the Washington Report what's going on.
I think Kim needs to say something before we'll set up the Washington Report.
Okay. Let's just talk about Labor Day, like you said, right, and what it means, and working harder. But our Labor Day is like the Thanksgiving Day parade. I mean, we just got a parade full of, as far as I'm concerned, a parade full of.
No, they're all going to the beaches and giving everybody coronavirus here. In case you don't know, that's what's really going on, Ankit. Coronavirus, they anticipate 20% of Americans by next year will be infected. You better find a cure pretty quick, because otherwise 20% and death rates, they're predicting 400,000 people because of our inability to respond to that. So with that,
but you know, Kim, we are following the US, and we are at number 2 right now, and we have so many cases recorded.
I know.
Yes, 96,000 cases. And but before we put the Washington news, congratulations to IBM TV. We have finished 6 months of live.
We have.
Yes, we have. Today's the 7th or 8th.
7th September. We started on
6
7th.
months. 6 months. Yeah, it seems like 6 years.
6 months.
It's only 6 months. Oh Lord.
That's how much content we do.
Live television on IBM TV. We started on 7th of March, and today is 7th September. So it's a 6 months birth anniversary.
Yeah, we're going to change our name to India Business Media. There we go. Yeah. 6 months. You know,
6 months we're celebrating.
That's a bloody eternity.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
a lot of content that we filmed in the last 6 months, and you know, we have.
Yes, if you want the numbers, we have recorded more than 100,000 minutes.
I'm dying just to even think about it. I know we have over 50 shows. We're going to like 100 shows throughout the world, and I keep scouting on the internet to find if there's any other shows like IBM TV, and I don't see any. So right now we're the voice of wilderness. And can we get to the Washington Report now, guys? Are we done?
To the Washington
I want to know what's going on in the Tower of Power, because they.
Let's do it.
Let's hear from Bill.
From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media. This is your report from Washington. There are 58 days left until the presidential election. On the presidential campaign trail, the Biden campaign indicated that for the next few weeks, Biden will focus on contrasting his economic plan with Trump's economic plan. Biden outlined the current state of the economy and its attempts to recover, calling it a K-shaped recovery, where the well-off recover and everyone else suffers a further downturn. Biden's plan calls for $400 billion to buy U.S. products and services aimed at the manufacturing sector, $300 billion for research and development of U.S. technologies, and investments in clean energy, jobs, and the passage of a Buy American legislation. Trump describes the economy as a V-shape, indicating a sharp decline and then a sharp recovery. Trump's plan calls for more cuts in taxes and regulations. Made in America tax credits for jobs returned from China, and more tariffs on China. Next, these are the terms you will need to know for the coming weeks of this election season. First, voter suppression, which is the systematic attempt to dissuade and or prevent groups of people from voting. Second, election weeks rather than election day, because the counting of mail-in ballots will not be complete in a night, a day, or even a week. And most importantly, red mirage and blue storm or blue wave. This describes the expected pattern of the counting of votes, given that the majority of Trump voters intend to vote in person, while the majority of Biden voters intend to vote by mail. Thus, on election night, the early returns may show a Trump lead, i.e. a red mirage, followed by the mailed ballots supporting Biden, i.e. a blue storm or a blue wave. In other news, there are no new developments regarding the comprehensive COVID-19 relief package or the post office. Separately, around the globe, Typhoon Haishin, the equivalent of a Category 3 hurricane, has hit Japan and is headed to the Korean peninsula on the heels of Typhoon Masak, which followed an identical pattern a week ago. We here at IBM TV have your nations in our collective thoughts. Closer to home, the Cameroon Peak wildfire in Colorado expanded to over 34,000 acres overnight. Emergency evacuations are being ordered. The area will soon need relief aid. Finally, the current COVID death toll from Johns Hopkins University is over 188,909 American souls lost and 881,314 global souls lost with no end in sight. That is your report for this day, September 7th, 2020, from IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, smart television for a smarter global community, from dictatorships to democracies around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. I'm Bill Trezevant.
Well, thank you, Bill. Now we sort of know what's going on in Washington, D.C., which the Tower of Power.
Yeah.
It's business as usual, no business as usual.
That's
right?
Correct. That's correct. The Senate is returning this week. The House of Representatives are not scheduled to return until next week, whereupon they have a full legislative slate of things that they have to take care of.
Right. Yes, and it's always good morning, good afternoon, and good night. And with that, I've got some people that are in the good night department. Let's bring in the big island, and that's not the tiny foggy island, which is UK. It's Australia, mate. Willie Hill from Melbourne, and we have Shakeel Latimer from Sydney, or wherever the heck he's from. They're both Australian mates. We bring in the island. You know, Donald Trump has recently said the offer to buy Greenland is off the table, so he's interested in purchasing Australia, mate. Wondering what you guys are for sale for over there in that good island over there. You know, are you guys for?
And would the sale include the Big Jack?
Oh, the Big Jack Big Mac. Did you hear about that? The Big Jack Big Mac.
I did.
There's a big lawsuit going on. I don't know how you got that on our wire, but apparently there's a big lawsuit between McDonald's and Burger King. Somehow we gave you our horrible fast food industry, went over there and the thing is, all of a sudden now they're fighting the Big Jack Big Mac. Do you guys know what's going on over there, Australian mates?
Well, before I make a comment, Willie, what do you think about this?
No,
Yes.
I haven't heard anything about it. I haven't heard anything about the Big Mac and Hungry Jack's debacle or whatever is happening. Sorry.
Okay, Shaq.
Okay.
What if-
Shaq, what do you got?
Well, firstly, can I say, because I know we have a couple of lawyers on our panel, I managed to lose 27 kilos last year, which is like 55 pounds or something, 60 pounds. And I was actually first alerted to this issue by Americans saying, "Hey, what's the story with the Big Mac and Big Jack?" So I went out today and bought a Big Mac and a Big Jack so I could try it.
Really?
And if I put this weight back on, I am definitely suing you Americans. This is definitely going to be your fault. I take no responsibility for this at all. So a little bit of context for you guys, because you probably wouldn't know this. So Burger King, when it came to Australia, there was, I may be a little bit wrong about some of the details here, but basically what had happened was there was a little burger shop that was called Burger King Australia, or Burger King in Australia. And so Burger King weren't actually able to register themselves as Burger King. And so for many of our states, Burger King is called Hungry Jack's. Now, that started to change a little bit in Sydney and in some of the other states, but mostly what we call Burger King, we call it Hungry Jack's. That's what we know it as. So they've brought out a burger called the Big Jack Burger, and it looks exactly the same as a Big Mac burger, except the ad is that the burgers are better at Hungry Jack's, or in America the burgers are better at Burger King, right? So that's what's happened. So they've brought that out, and McDonald's is saying you've infringed our trademark, and it looks very similar, and it's two beef patties with a bun in the middle and a sesame seed bun on the top. They've got basically the same ingredients. So that's what the dispute is. So that'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's good. Bill, this is how lawyers make money. First of all, you got to get these people fighting, and then they have to pay the lawyer. Then they get tired of paying the lawyer, and they settle. Yeah. Okay, that's how law works here, But we're not sure if it works anywhere else. Right now, we're evenly divided. We have Ankit from India, we have Shakeel from Australia, we have Willie Hill from Australia, and then us three are from the United States. But this is all about to change as we bring in Rakesh from Hong Kong. Well, now the thing is, we are outnumbered. The Americans haven't been outnumbered. Our world's largest economy just got smaller. So Rakesh is coming.
I have a question though for Shaq. He's been, to me, the only one so far who's tasted both of them. What's your opinion of the burgers?
Before or after we get sued by him giving opinions on international television.
Very careful. That's right. I'll be very careful. Oh, they were both absolutely fantastic. No, look, to be perfectly honest with you, I actually never liked the Big Mac. I don't know why. It just was never one of the burgers that I went for. And so I similarly don't like the Big
Just
Jack.
a minute. I got a phone call. Wait, Shaq, phone call. What? Okay, McDonald's is pulling our sponsorship because what Bill said? Oh, shoot. Okay, go on. Okay, let me get back with you. I'll talk to you. Get back with you. Okay, get
what
back
I
with you.
will say about though, Bill, you're going to have to bring out a new TV show here in Australia called Burgers Australia, because I think that Australians and Kiwis probably find the whole burger thing more interesting than US politics. Sorry.
Burger fuel is the best.
I found that interesting because what people don't know is, and I guess I do because of my dad, but Shoney's actually came out with the first double stacked special sauce burger long before Big Mac did. I don't know if they ever sued them when the Big Mac came out. So Shoney's actually came out with the big boy. That's what it was called, the Shoney's Big Boy.
Yeah.
Then McDonald's came out with a 2 all-beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. The same thing, called the Big Mac. And then now the Big Jack comes out, or whatever you call it. So I just think it's interesting how all of this pans out. Yes, Bill?
No, I mean, I'm actually wondering. I mean, as we look systematically at our society and try to reevaluate what we're doing in this age of movement, I don't know why it keeps getting male names. Why can't we call it, the Mary Jane?
Well, does Mary Jane really eat them that often?
I'm pretty sure after some Mary Jane, people would be eating,
Okay, so it sounds to me we've exported our high-calorie food over to Australia, and you guys are eating it up, which is good because it's more profits for the American companies.
I will actually say though, in fairness to us here in Australia, and look, you guys are used to me saying really good things about America, and I know how much you dislike anybody's giving you guys compliments. So what I will say, where our country is clearly better than yours, is that our fast food, even though it's your company, it's our meat, it's our produce, and our fast food is way, way better than yours.
Oh, the challenge! Wait a minute. I got another phone call from Burger King and McDonald's about.
I know, but Nick, of course, Shakeel logged that in because there's no way for us to verify, and we know that Willie is under house arrest, so there's no way to independently authenticate Shakeel's claim. So,
yep, Willie can't leave his house.
Willie lives in a state that is run by the equivalent of the Australian Democrats. That's why he's under house arrest. And secondly, I've been to your country. You are more welcome to come over here.
Oh, we can. We can come over to Sydney, but we can't go to Melbourne.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
Well, you could.
But I've been to Sydney. I haven't been to Melbourne. Yeah.
Rakesh, do you have
I'll give you one last piece of information about Burger King and McDonald's. So for the British viewers, this might be funnier to them than it is to you. I know a particular area of Perth very, very well. It's a place called Inaloo, which in British colloquialism, a loo is a toilet. So it's called Inaloo. That legitimately is the name of this suburb. I used to live not too far away from there. And that is actually the very first place that Burger King / Hungry Jack's opened a store in Australia back in the 70s, just before I was born.
Wow.
Really? Okay. Have we export? Okay, you don't get the Outback restaurants. Have not made it over there to Australia, right? The Outback.
No, we sent them to America.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that seems to be that way.
The restaurants that we export actually do good food.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we have the Outback here, which is Aussie food. At least that's what we claim it to be. No rules, just right, mate. And it was advertised pretty heavily. And from what I understand, there is no Outback restaurants in Australia. Is that correct?
Well, we live in the Outback, so there's no point in
We're going Outback. We all live in the Outback. Where are you going? It's kind of like
Tomorrow I'm flying to my daughter. She lives in the Northern Territory, and that's the Outback.
Okay, that's the Outback, right?
Okay, the Outback, but I bet he doesn't get a bloomin' onion and a nice big thick steak.
No. When you Australians get over here, we will treat you to the Outback. It's great Australian food here in the United States. It's similar to Jim Eade. He goes to London to get Indian food. So when you come over here, you get to go to the Outback. You have bloomin' onions, mate. You have Australian food. I mean, it's called the Outback. It's a big, hot restaurant chain here in the United States that does not exist in Australia, which is very strange.
It is worth remembering that we are, I believe, actually the only country in the world that actually eats both of the national animals. So on our flags and the Australian government symbol and all that has got the emu, not the ostrich, the emu and the kangaroo. We do eat both of them. And I was quite surprised that you guys don't eat alligator over in the United States, because we do eat crocodiles, which is only fair. They eat us, we eat them back.
Okay. Rakesh, you have something to add?
Yes, Rakesh.
I think the best burgers are burger fuel burgers.
Oh, Burger Fuel.
Yeah,
Do they even have Burger King and McDonald's over in Hong Kong, Rakesh?
they have all of them, and including Outback.
Really?
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah,
So the thing is,
Outback is good stuff.
okay, so they actually do have the Outback in Hong Kong.
And
So you
Ruby
go to,
Tuesday too.
okay, so you can go to the Outback in Hong Kong, but you can't go to the Outback in Australia.
In Australia.
Yeah.
That is funny.
Got it. Okay, that is funny. We'll move the Australians together so they can team up. You know, so they're right next to each other. One's in Melbourne, one's in Sydney. They're right.
Yeah.
They're
Well, you need to
right
separate.
next-
We compete. Sydney and Victoria, and especially Western Australia, where I'm born, and Victoria, we don't like each other that much. Our sports teams clash. You know, we're not fans of each other.
Really? Yeah, we're starting to get more programming from your country, from Australia, coming over here to the United States through this Acorn feed. I don't know if you guys get Acorn. Anyway, the name of the feed's called Acorn. And it has, I was watching Australian television and New Zealand television yesterday. So all of a sudden, they're not television, they're really movies that they're putting on. So apparently you guys are producing movies and they're coming here into the US for the first time through a feed called Acorn. So now I'm starting to see what goes on over there, and there isn't much difference over there than it is over here. You know, you have your same strange people, murder mysteries, westerns. I mean, you guys could almost be U.S. citizens the way it seems to work out with. You know, now, what you don't have is you don't have enough guns out there and not shooting a lot of people. That goes on daily here, by the way. Apparently, that doesn't seem to be going on over there. But I find it quite interesting that the world is getting smaller because the Australian television and movies are starting to hit in the United States. Now, what about our movies and our television? Do you guys get that over there in Australia?
I don't think I've ever seen a Hollywood movie at all. Did you guys make movies in America? I'm not aware of them.
Yeah.
But no, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that you guys are finally catching up to us, though, I will say, because when it comes to guns and criminals and things like that, we have a thing called bushrangers. We don't have them anymore, but I do believe they predated your cowboys, which makes sense, right? Because we were founded as a country with convicts. And you guys, you know, were people looking for freedom. So yes, our bushrangers, I believe, predate your cowboys. As for guns, yeah, we don't have a Second Amendment here, so
the bushrangers probably outdate our Texas Rangers as well. So, but I'll tell you what, my favorite movie. I always bring up movies is Quigley Down Under, right? And it goes way back in the day, and they actually had some pretty sharp shooting cowboys back then. So yeah, it's a cowboy movie in the outback. So Quigley Down Under, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, you know, yeah, and they also had a movie called Crocodile Dundee. I think that was the first introduction to. Do you guys ever watch that movie? I think was that
I did.
Australian? You did, yeah, and apparently that was our introduction. That's what we think Australians are all like. They're like Crocodile Dundee. You know, you guys grow up in swamps, you live in outback, and then you come to civilization here in the United States. Because I think you live in New York City.
Yeah. With a boomerang and a kangaroo in tow, you know, completely.
Yeah.
Don't start on boomerangs, because when you're in school, and several of the schools that I went to, they actually brought the Aboriginal elders in. And, you know, we all had to like throw the boomerang, and look, not only could I not do it, but not one single kid at my school could ever get a boomerang to come back. You'd be like, throw that or come back. And you've got to end up running 400 meters down the park to try and get the boomerang back because it wouldn't come back. So
you mean after your physical education class in school, you came out and you couldn't even get a boomerang to return? Isn't that a comprehensive failure in your educational system?
Well, you tell me. I think we've copied you guys when it comes to education.
Well, I know this. If we taught how to, you know, throw a boomerang, it would come back, just like our economy is coming back, allegedly. Nick?
Our economy is coming back very strongly here in the United States. As a matter of fact, the reports I get, the unemployment's 8.4%, much lower than anyone possibly could imagine. The stock market's all-time high, at least it was until like yesterday. We're off today because today is Labor Day, so nobody's working here today, but then a lot of people haven't been working here for the last 6 months, so I guess it doesn't matter that much. So yes, the economy's booming here. It's going to even get bigger, stronger than ever was. So we're here to make America great again. That's our motto.
Well, you know that
they started teaching economics in schools now. The economy's is coming back. That's a good thing for the education system. Have they been teaching Milton Friedman and Thatcherism and Reaganomics in your school system lately? Is that what's happened?
Yes, but the thing is, we, as the world's largest economy, not that I would like to remind everybody throughout the world, we are still the world's largest economy. We don't need to study economics or financial things because we're extremely rich over here with plenty of resources, at least the 1%. So the 1% here are not just rich, they're extremely rich, they're extremely well off, and we have not missed a beat at all here in the great USA. It's good to be in the 1% and good to be here in the great USA.
With the exception of the drop in the unemployment rate, it dropped to 8.4%, but that was largely on the report of 1.4 million jobs that were created during the month of August. Now, that 1.4 million, just for our viewers, is more of a phantom number, only because about 30% of the jobs that were created are temporary jobs. So you have your census workers, and then you have your temporary employees coming back who are rehired. However, you have to look at it in the larger context. We lost 22 million jobs. And of the 22 million, we have only recovered about 8 or 9 million, and those are in temporary positions, still leaving us at an overall deficit. So I understand, Nick, that you're part of the 1%, and so for you, it's a V-shaped economy. But I think the vast majority of people, it's a K-shaped economy, meaning you take the V, and as the V goes up, you draw a line straight down, giving you a K, which is everybody else, the non-1%ers, Nick.
Yeah, but see, the non-1%ers don't watch Economics Monday on IBM TV. So the thing is, I really don't care because they're not my viewership. As a matter of fact, on the 21st, we do have one of our multi-billion-dollar money managers, Dennis Stearns, is going to show up, and he wants to know, what are the viewership of IBM TV? I said, high income, high net worth. That's it. Because he wanted to know how he's going to talk to them, since he manages about $1.6 billion. Stearns Financial Group, Dennis Stearns. I've known him for about 40 years. And I said, forget it. I mean, the thing is, look, let's get real. The bottom 50% are not interested in Economics Monday. They're more interested in the hamburgers, who's winning the Big Mac war. They're not interested in personal finance. They're not interested in money. They failed economics. Wait a minute. They didn't even go to college, so they never took economics. And that's the realities of the situation, okay? So what happens to them?
Not to get right wing on this, but of course they're not interested because the left teaches them from very early ages that the only personal finances you should be interested in are my personal finances and that guy's personal finances, because you need to know their mate.
Right.
So you know,
No. Listen,
we're getting into politics here in economics. Where's Jimmy? Do you need to put on
the voice of the center? Look, we teach fundamentally in our DNA for our kids and our society. We teach the idea and the goal of entrepreneurship. That is, taking your own talents out into the world, working hard, and building
from Malwarebytes Agent.
Up by your bootstraps.
Version update available.
Hang on.
Is that Alexa beaming in to help us out here?
No, that is my computer constantly reminding me that I have not done updates because I've been so busy with IBM TV.
I actually think what happened is that Bill was going to say something that was going to support the left, and he got the message very clearly. Update required.
Update required. The problem is it's Labor Day here in the United States. I don't know if you have that in Australia and New Zealand, guys, but Labor Day. What it means is that it's just another day off, another excuse to not work. Now, at IBM TV, we work on Labor Day because, frankly, not everybody on IBM TV is from the United States. They don't get days off all the time. So we work on Labor Day. And Economics Monday, does not really appeal to Joe Pool Hall. Hey, I want to go drink beer, go to the pool hall, and no one what? No, they don't want to watch Economics Monday. Could they really care less about the economy, business, finance? Now we are trying to educate them in there. But let me tell you something, Bill. This has been a real challenge for me for 37 years. Okay, that financial aspects, financial planning, and all that are very important to the 1%. When I try to deliver this message to the bottom 50%, a lot of them go, I don't want to learn this. It's almost like they're not bloody interested. And they don't understand corporate democracy, which is really not democracy, but everybody's interested in voting for the election. How many of them own stock so they can vote for their election for their corporate directors? Almost none of them. Now, part of it is our educational system. We don't educate them about purchasing stocks. Now, Shakeel was very lucky, or for whatever reason, he stumbled into stocks years and years ago, decades ago, literally bloomin' onion. Okay. But the rest of American society, I had one person approach me. I said, well, what are you studying? I'm studying hospitality. That's great. But when are you getting your education in buying stocks and owning part of America and investing? They don't get that education. The 1%, they always get that education. And it's not coming from the schools. It's coming from their bloody parents, mate.
No, and I understand that, Nick, and that's the current state of affairs. However, here's the challenge. The challenge is it's not that they don't care per se. It's that they don't understand, because once they understand, then they would care. Now, the challenge is that it's labor intensive, because you have to take a segment of the population that does not have a history generationally in economics or in stock market or in those things, and you have to start with a generation and then begin to educate them, which is what it's here at IBM TV. But it's like any other educational problem.
Well, it is a big educational problem. They should be more interested in voting for the board of directors for Apple computer than they should be in the general election, or at least as interested in Apple, or voting for the board of directors for Microsoft. But they have no concept or understanding about this, because our educational system has failed them for 100 years.
Except Nick, Shakeel, and Willie and Rakesh, I think we should all, take pause, because what normally happens when you see this societal shift in thinking that's significant enough to affect, it starts with the public institutions, because they're the easiest ones to affect change on. However, the ripple effect goes through the rest of society and the economy. And it won't be long before corporate governance, for those people that do own stock, start to exercise their vote. So it's just a matter of time for the ripple effect. So I understand you're absolutely right on that.
But it's not even in the public conversation, Bill. I mean, the thing is, if you follow politics here, nobody discusses personal financial planning in any of the conversations here in politics. Yes, Shakeel.
Well, let me just say though, like on a more serious note, when it comes to matters of economics and politics, actually, in how that is taught in education systems. Look, I'm not expecting people to be as adept in the financial markets as what I do. I actually don't really trade stocks. I trade other financial derivatives. But of course, people aren't going to know that. But when I was in the Middle East, I noticed that a number of Middle Eastern countries have introduced into their school curriculum computer programming, because that's something that's going to be a big thing in the future. What we seem to be very focused on in Western countries is things like social issues. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't teach them. Of course, we want to be a more holistic society and a more inclusive society. But when the educational focus is on those issues instead of on things that are going to potentially help our children when they get older, of course, they're going to fall behind. And, Nick, you often talk about, I know you're a bit tongue-in-cheek, but you talk about the US being the world's largest economy. Yes, you are, but most of that money, most of it, not a percentage of it, but most of that money is foreign investment money that comes into the US. And that, I think, puts the US in a precarious position if it's going to focus on social issues instead of other issues. And Jim Eade often talks about the stock market is not actually a measure of the economy. He's correct in what he says. He's absolutely correct. But for foreign investors, they don't care about the everyday person, the everyday American family. They care about their own family. And so I do think you've got some issues there. And I'll just quickly say, as I know Rakesh wants to say something, as we say, when it comes to the political system, I dare say that the vast majority of people, not just school kids, but the vast majority of people in most Western countries don't even understand the political system. I actually found out stuff about the Electoral College today, which I'll ask you about in a moment, Bill, that I actually didn't know about how that worked in the United States. And I obviously know a little bit more about politics than most lay people would know. And I dare say that's the same in just about every country, that the inner workings of the political system is not actually what you think it is. And so the level of education that people have really isn't there. And that's the problem.
Yes, Rakesh.
Yeah, just wanted to point out that people will take an interest in investment and boards of directors and things like that when they have disposable income to invest. When you've destroyed the middle class, there's nobody with disposable income to invest. So how will they bother?
Well, no, I totally agree with you.
Destroyed the middle class by exporting all these jobs to other countries. And now you have a situation where you've got just like the wildebeest and the lion, that's it. You don't have anything in between.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. One problem that we do have is the middle class and a huge bulk of the population do not have, like I said, half the population can't get a hold of $400 in the event of an emergency. Now that is a big, you didn't see that statistic, Bill? Go Google that one. Okay, but it's a big major problem that the lack of capital formation among the vast majority of Americans is unbelievably low.
It's a big vulnerability. There's no point being the largest economy if you don't have that, what you call stamina. Your middle class builds stamina.
Yeah, and our middle class is shrinking. You're either moving up to the upper class or going down to the lower class. But this whole concept is what I'm saying about financial security is basically ignored by our political parties. Notice I'm saying parties. They don't address the issue. But it may be
1% not to invest in the middle class. If they don't, the values that they have, those dollar values, will disappear.
Yeah, that's true. But the middle class also needs to be educated about this, because I can tell you this.
Right now, there's no middle class.
Yeah, well, I know, but the thing is, even the lower classes, the classes need to be educated more about financial matters. But that is not what is being studied in a lot of our universities. It's not being studied in our elementary and middle school kids. The upper classes, I can tell you this, have no real great interest in explaining to them the secret sauces today. And a lot of the people in the lower class have no real great interest in learning it. So with that, you end up in a situation where they remain in a sea of ignorance. And the political parties are not addressing it because of the same reasons. The upper classes have no real interest in letting them know about how economics and finance work, and for the most part, the lower classes aren't that interested in learning it. So you end up in the situation you have today, which is where 1% have all the bananas.
Yeah, except, see, that's what makes
the lower classes are not interested. Sorry, Bill, if I could just say, I don't think that the lower classes are not interested. But here's what I think is happening, if I can use an analogy. A koala is going to teach its baby koala to be a koala, and a kangaroo is going to teach its joey to be a kangaroo. What we're seeing is that the rich are teaching their kids how to remain rich and how to hang on to the wealth. The poor are unfortunately only teaching their kids how to be poor because they don't know any better, because they're being told that the reason that they are poor is because of the horrible things that the rich have done. And the real shame of it is that the middle class, those middle class kids are not being taught how to remain middle class. And you've only got to look at statistics. The highest rate of drug use and alcohol abuse in teenagers doesn't occur in the poor, and it doesn't occur in the wealthy. It actually occurs in the middle class. The highest rates of suicide in our youth don't occur in the very, very poor, which is where you would expect it to occur. These people feel hopeless. You'd think that they would kill themselves more than other groups. No, the middle class kids are the ones doing it even more than the wealthy kids are. The middle class have been under attack in so many ways. And I don't think that the middle class people are trying to teach their kids how to be rich. Just teach yourselves and teach your kids how to be middle class, how to get married, have some kids.
Right. And what I can say is this entire panel has touched on the two basic points. First, this election between Trump and Biden is so fundamentally important because It is a choice with governmental policy leading the way, whether or not there is a commitment to putting together the right economic plan for a reinvigoration of the middle class, or more of the same is what we have. So on the one hand, that's really important, which is why there's a lot at stake at this election. But the second point is also true. The rich are teaching the rich, as you said, Shakeel, and the poor are just teaching their kids how to survive. And Nick,
Right.
you're right, they don't know. And I suspect there may be that 30% that doesn't care. There's nothing you can do about that. There's always going to be that outlier. However, of the those in the lower class, there are those that, if they knew, they would care. And the challenge is getting to them, and that takes a heavy investment in human capital to teach them. And so far, we don't necessarily have a comprehensive commitment in the United States.
We have no commitment. Our media doesn't help. Let me tell you what's on television tonight: Survivor, Love Island, and The Bachelor. Oh wow, that will really help my life. Come on, okay? And who's going to watch it? Millions of Americans. Survivor. That's not going to help you at all. You will learn absolutely nothing. It's a complete waste of time. So you move on to the Love Island. Not much better, probably worse. And then The Bachelor, even worse. Okay, and so what happens, our media feed is continuous trash. We are eating a lot of what they call fast food garbage in the United States of America. Now, there's another thing that we export called Hooters. Another part of, by the way, do you get Hooters in Australia? That's where you got Hooters, Nate. Okay. Okay, now Hooters, of course.
Down in Victoria, but we certainly have it up in New South Wales.
Okay.
I think he meant the restaurant.
No, yeah, I meant the restaurant, Hooters restaurant. Okay, anyway, it was actually started along with the Outback in the Tampa, St. Petersburg, Florida market, where I'm from. If you ever happen to go to Tampa or St. Pete, right on the Gulf Bay Boulevard is the original Hooters. And from there, they exported that like wildfire all over the world, because that's what people eat, or they like to eat, or at least we think they like to eat. And so what happens is that you find out if you got something trashy, Survivor, Love Island, Bachelors, Hooters, you can sell the bejeebers out of it. If you got something like Economics Monday, Financial Fitness, you don't sell the bejeebers out of it, because that's not what people want to consume. At least that's what I've seen. They want to consume the trash. They want the fast food.
That's a chicken and an egg question, because I mean, they don't know what they want to consume because they've never had it. So they're like out there in the economic desert, and wealth and fame and all that stuff on Love Island and Survivor and whatever other shows they're airing is like their mirage, rather than if we showed them something, which is what we do here on IBM TV, that maybe they'll just, they'll get hooked. And I can offer this, at least in my development. Most of my education, at least in terms of how I began to really shape and think about the world, came from watching PBS. And watching,
PBS, right? Yeah, educational television.
I know, but I mean, it came from watching like Charlie Rose. It came from watching McNeil Lehrer NewsHour. It came from all these programs that really sparked my imagination. Now, I didn't know that they were out there until I found them when I was in New York City and found Channel 13 in New York City, and then all the talk shows, and then it was just like a world opening up. So it's not true that they don't care. I mean, there is that group, but there's another group that all we have to do is just show them, put it in front of them, and then they'll realize the difference. And some will be motivated, and you're right, some will go back to Love Island.
Back to Love Island.
I know. I understand Love Island is filmed in Australia, and so I think Shakeel and Will, are you guys going to have cameos on Love Island?
Love Island's filmed in Australia. I didn't know.
On a more serious note, when it comes to economics, the show that was on IBM TV on Wednesday was Startup Wednesdays. They talked about how 1 minute clips are really popular, and most people now, especially the younger people, millennials and younger, they're reading books or they're on their phone as well as watching TV, and they've got their Facebook on their laptop at the same time. They're not paying full attention to everything that's going on. But I just want to say something about economics. I was very, very bewildered by this. This was only just sort of last year and the year before. I was thinking about something. I'm a bit of a nerd. I was thinking about something, and I realized it's been a really long time since I've read Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith, and I thought I should go and get that. So I went down to my local library, and it wasn't there. And so I thought, okay, I'll get a Milton Friedman book out. It wasn't there. And I got thought I'll get a Keynes book out. It wasn't there. And so I thought, all right, well, look, obviously everyone's moved really fast to the left. I'll go get a Karl Marx book out because Das Kapital is actually quite an interesting read. It wasn't there either. And so I looked through all of the economics section and there wasn't a single book by an actual economist. So I was bewildered by this, and I've actually went to many libraries around the country, just when I've been traveling, going, I'm just going to pop in and just see what they've got. They didn't have a single book on economics in any of the libraries I went to anywhere in the country. So when I was in New York, I went to a particular library in New York City, and they didn't have any either. And when I was in California, they didn't have any. When I went to North Carolina, there was some libraries I just visited, just out of morbid curiosity. Didn't have any in Georgia. You've really got to go to like the state libraries and stuff like that to find these books. So, if I'm ever lucky enough to have children of my own, I would like to know that if they went to a library, they'd be able to get books, not because they're leaning left or right or whatever, but they can actually learn the ideas. They can learn how people have thought about things over time. When those books aren't there, that's going to be a problem. And I've got to come back to what I said before. If we're focusing just on social issues, and that's what we're teaching our kids, how can we expect them to understand business, expect them to understand the economy? You said, Bill, before about the election coming up, that who's going to be the best steward of the economy moving forward. From a distance, all the way over here, as the Bette Midler song, from a distance from Australia, I still have absolutely no.
Did we lose Shakeel? Is he making a political statement in our Facebook, YouTube censors have got to him?
Listen, we missed your point, Shakeel. I mean, you were about to make a point, and I think
you were making a point, and I think our censors got a hold of you.
Yeah. The point that I said was, when it comes to how the Democrats run the economy, from a distance, like a Bette Midler song, from a distance, I still don't have any idea at all what the Democrats' economic policies are going to be. Now, that maybe they've got some really good ideas, but I don't know what they are because the media aren't telling us that. The only thing that the media seems to be focused on are the social issues.
Sure.
No, you're absolutely correct in that criticism of the at-large media, and that's essentially because of a simple but not well-known fact. And Nick, you can help us out with this, and that is the history of the consolidation in the media world over the last couple of decades. Nick?
Yeah. Actually, there has been a consolidation in media in the United States. There's 5 companies right now that control 90% of all of our media in the United States of America. So we're really moving down to almost a Russian type, one company controlling everything that you see, feel, read, beamed into. It is a bit of a problem. Now, with that, at the top of the hour, we're going to have Mark Litwak on, who's the adjunct professor of the University of Southern California School of Law, entertainment. He's also an entertainment lawyer, actually representing more than 200 major featured films around the world. Probably the best known entertainment lawyer in the United States will be here joining us at about 10 minutes. Matter of fact, some of those books back there are Mark's books, to give you an idea, because if you are into entertainment law, and I think he was the entertainment lawyer for Star Wars, or he had some involvement with that, and some of the big Hollywood productions down there. He's moving his office. He emailed me, I'm moving my office, so I might be a little late. But there was this interesting read from the National Enquirer, Hollywood Collapse. And the real problem is that, do you want to read this, the National Enquirer, Hollywood Collapse, or do you want to read this book, Boring Buffett? You see what I mean? The real problem is that we have here, the National Enquirer will sell millions of newspapers, all the that type of media, and Warren Buffett, the American capitalist, which, by the way, I bought this not because of Buffett, but the author, if you ever read him, Roger Lowenstein, is a great author. He actually wrote a book, When Genius Fails, which is about the failure of long-term capital management, which is no longer being taught in any schools, but it was a very important read because long-term capital management out of Greenwich, Connecticut, built up to $100 billion plus fund collapsing overnight.
and
almost bankrupt the American economy.
That's exactly right. I mean, there were a lot of banks that were on the brink because nobody knew what they were doing.
Right, right. And the thing is, the great read by Roger Lowenstein is actually When Geniuses Failed, because he actually had some of the top economists from Black-Scholes option models were involved in the long-term capital management, and all was brought down the U.S. banking system. So there, and he now wrote an article. He wrote on Buffett, but there's zillions of Buffett books. But that's the reason I want to read his read on.
Nick, can I just raise a point?
No, hang on.
Can I just raise a point? The problem we have is lack of social engineering. Social engineering. We know finance or any topic on finance is a dry content. It's dry content. Okay. The onus is on us to add drama, to add like oomph to it, to give it a bit of life. You know, we all finance is a dry content. That's a given. It's on us to up the ante a bit and say, okay, this is how we're going to deliver it. Okay, put it into a prison setting. Okay, put finance into a prison setting and have all the intricacies play out. Put it into like a survivor. You know, the one who survives gets this much points.
Well, the thing is, right now, here's the problem, Willie. In America, most of the Americans are playing economic survivor, and they don't even know it. You know, because the thing is, they're sitting there struggling financially, but a lot of that is the fault of the American education system, starting when they're elementary school students. Seriously, because the rumor is, and we had this in chess. Oh, the elementary school kids, they can't learn chess. It's too complicated. That's what the thing when I was growing up. Today, the biggest group of kids playing chess are in elementary school. Like, no kidding. They can learn this stuff. So the myth is, oh, we can't teach economics and finance to elementary school kids. They can't learn it. It's too bright. False. They can learn it. The problem is you're not teaching it. And the other problem is this, and this is a hard one to get. The reason they're not learning it is the teachers don't know it. Yep. That's the real problem. And you know who teaches the kids chess? Are chess players who are not teachers. Infiltrate the NEA somehow, because they got to break this barrier down called this huge union, which you're familiar with, Bill. Okay, this huge educational union to be able to teach. I am not kidding. We had some problems. I had some problems getting to these elementary kids because the unions just stop education in the United States because they want to teach what Shakeel wants everybody to learn, these social issues. Okay, Shakeel, I don't want them to learn social issues. I want to learn hardcore economic, boring crime issues.
No, wait, because Rakesh, you had some thoughts. I saw you nodding your head.
Yeah, I was just thinking, you know, even when I was teaching the young teenagers, I was teaching them algebra, and they were saying, "What do we need algebra for? Why don't you teach me how to write a check? Why don't you teach me how to manage a bank account?" And these are middle class students who had a clear idea of their interest in financial financial savvy. So this is something where they said this is something we need in our daily life. I happened to be writing a check out to somebody they learned from me what they needed to do to write out a check. And I was just thanking my mother because it's my mother who taught me how to write a check. So the point I was trying to make is that there is, and I totally agree with Bill, that there is a good percentage of people in the middle class and perhaps amongst the lower classes too, who are aspirational, want to learn it, but don't know where to get the information from.
Yeah, why don't they teach them what a derivative is? So Shakeel mentions derivative. Everybody goes, look, it's not a hard thing, and everybody should know what it is. The derivative almost brought down the American economy and make you bankrupt.
No. Derivatives didn't almost bring it down at all.
At AIGFP. Remember AIGFP, Shakeel?
It was not derivative. It was
derivatives nearly destroyed the world economy, and nobody knew.
AIGFP, American International Group Financial Products, out of London, mate.
Let me just very quickly, I just want to address two very quick points. Nick, you mentioned about elementary school kids being, trying to learn chess, that sort of stuff. It's very interesting to hear what Jim Eade said. I think it was last week or perhaps the week before, where he actually said that when he wrote Chess for Dummies, it actually wasn't to teach people how to chess; it was to teach the parents of really good chess players what was
how
going
to play chess. Right.
Right. And a great book. I have started reading it. I've got both of these books. Very, very great book. But I just want to talk about social issues just very, very quickly. And this is where I know that people get a little bit frustrated. Some people get a little bit frustrated when I say I wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris just because she's Indian like I am, or she's part Indian like I am. Because to me, skin color, gender, and all those different things, sexuality, all that, it doesn't matter to me. I'm colorblind to all of that. I just want to know what you represent and what your policies are. And Willie's Fijian Indian, as am I. I'm sure that he will back me up on this. If you have a look at how Fijian Indians have acted in Fiji, we came from a country where there was very, very divisive things going on between the Hindus, the Muslims, the Christians, the Sikhs. These groups were sort of at each other, but that wasn't what happened in Fiji. And these people were poor. And a lot of the people that still live in Fiji still are relatively poor by our standards. But yet, when you go to Fiji, the Hindu kids will go to the Muslim kids' houses and help them prepare for Eid. The Muslim kids will help the Christian kids around Christmas. The Christians and the Muslims will help the Hindu kids around Diwali. This is what happened. These kids just integrated, and it didn't matter where you were from or what your religious beliefs were or anything like that. That didn't require social intervention by government. That was just something that naturally occurred. And my fear in most Western countries is as soon as the government tries to solve the issue, I know we talked about this last week, but I said, Bill, government doesn't do a very good job of a lot of the things they set out to achieve. And when the government tries to force social issues to be solved, they can often make it worse by trying to preference one group above another. And there's 3 people here from Indian blood, and I'm sure that the other 2 are going to agree with me on those.
I totally agree. I've always admired that about Fiji Indians when I met them in New Zealand. I've really admired this. This is not there in the native Indian community in India or the sub societies that are there in New Zealand. They still maintain their religious divisions and all that kind of stuff. But the Fiji Indians, that's something very unique, and I've always admired that.
I thought Fiji was an island that you hang out and go to 5-star restaurants, 5-star hotels, and that was about it. That was paradise. And why anyone would leave that place, I have no clue. Especially
Willie,
about Fiji.
Born in paradise and you moved to Australia.
Yeah, Willie.
I still ask myself that question. There's a photo of me doing massage on the beach, and I left all these tropical country for
tropical climate.
Why?
I mean, people in the States pay tens of thousands of dollars to go to Fiji, and you guys thumb your nose up and you leave and go to Australia. We don't pay tens of thousands of dollars to go to Australia. That's a working destination. We pay it to go to Fiji, but who knows? I guess each his own. Yes, Bill.
Okay, I know I am clearly outnumbered, but daunting odds have never swayed me. Shakeel, no surprise, I disagree with you because what we have to do is we have to look at what the current context is. If the top percent, those that are well off, have no intention or desire to educate those in the lower classes about economics, then clearly they're not going to do it. Now, those that are aspirational, as Rakesh refers to, in the middle and lower classes, they have nobody to turn to teach them, which leaves us with one answer: the government. And it's not necessarily social engineering when the government sponsors education on a specific topic. And on this point, I have solid proof, and that is every single state school, whether it's a state university, a state law school. I went to a state law school. And of course, the public schools, and the states decide what's in those curriculums and what the students are taught. And so it seems to me a reasonable encroachment by the government to insert programs that educate the kids about basic economic things, like writing a check, like managing a bank account, like what stocks are. Now, I know that you in your career and profession with derivatives, it's far more complicated. But let's just start with how to trade stocks, how to buy, because maybe one day they will become one of your clients. But I see no problem with the government stepping in, whether it's the federal or state government, to establish programs that aim to begin to cure the problem. Because without it, then who's left? Those that want to know but have no place to go, and those that know that have no inclination or desire to teach.
We can address those arguments later, but right now we have a special guest beaming in from, I believe, the Los Angeles area, Mark Litwak. Mark, welcome to the show.
Hello,
Thank
Mark.
you.
Oh, you can
Thank
hear
you.
us good. Okay, I'm just going to do a brief introduction as we're top of the hour. We have Bill Trezevant, who's an attorney in Washington, D.C., runs IBM TV's Washington Report in American Politics. Rakesh Kirshnan from Hong Kong has joined us, who also is he does actually scientific educational stuff around the world. Willie Hill from Australia, and Willie runs Startup Australia in Melbourne, and we have Shakeel Latimer, who is a billion-dollar money manager or whatever he does in Singapore and Liechtenstein. And Mark is probably one of the most famous entertainment lawyers in the United States, if not the world. I have his books back there, by the way, Mark. There's one of them I was reading through, and the other one, I just moved my place, so I got to go back and find it. But he's probably one of the I got to buy all his books and read his stuff. One of the most famous entertainment lawyers in the world. And Mark, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? How do you gravitate to become in the position that you're at as one of the most famous entertainment lawyers in the world?
Well, I think I'm going to lose that position to Doug Emhoff, the husband of Kamala Harris, who's also an entertainment lawyer, who I think, if not already, will soon be far more famous than me.
Okay.
But I've been in the business for over 30 years as both a television producer, a news journalist, a law professor. I'm currently on the faculty as an adjunct professor at USC Law School. I taught at UCLA for more than 20 years. As you mentioned, I've written a bunch of books, and I have a law firm in the movie industry. And essentially, we do mostly production legal work, which are all the contracts needed to produce a movie, including, the producer signing actors and hiring crew, securing locations, and securing chain of title so that the studio or the production company owns the film with good paperwork. So that's what we do. At the moment, the industry is quite depressed because of COVID-19. Production has pretty much shut down since March. There's not a lot going on. It was just reported in the news recently that that one of the Batman sequels had to shut down because its star came down with the virus, and the fear of this happening has deterred a lot of production companies and studios and networks from initiating production. So, with a couple of exceptions, mostly the industry is just sort of treading water. The parts of the industry have been hit really hard, such as theaters. For months now, theaters have basically, been closed. Production has pretty much ceased. The only areas that really have some activity are development activities, which is mostly writing in a room, writing scripts for future productions, and documentaries and animation, where the risks are much less than live action, dramas and comedies.
Yeah, and I've been following that the production cost of like basic television shows like Love Island right now is at $1 million per episode, and then some of the cost, and these are TV shows. I'm not talking about movies. $3.5 million. Some of them are $6 million, and there's some shows that are moving up to $20 million. Pre-COVID, did you see the cost of television going up to $10,000, $100,000 per minute? Have you seen that, the production costs continually climbing in the area of media?
Yes, they have been climbing because of competition. because a company called Netflix, and for full disclosure, I should tell you that they're a client of ours, has changed the dynamics of distribution of films. And as you see, Warner Brothers and Disney and other companies now are trying to compete with them. And an awful lot of things are getting made, and there's a lot of competition for top talent. So costs have been increasing, but the costs with COVID-19 are really going to have an impact, because the new guidelines that have come out make a number of modifications to the usual way movies are shot. For instance, you can no longer have the catering to be buffet style. You have to have individual, box lunches and dinners. You have to do all kinds of disinfecting. You have to do all kinds of testing. And this is going to increase the costs of making movies. In addition, at the moment, you can't travel to other countries. Last year, one of our clients did a series for Netflix in Vancouver called The Babysitter's Club. And right now, Americans can't go to Canada. So there's a lot of problems. And one of the things that producers often rely upon is insurance. And the insurance will protect them if there's a force majeure event, like an earthquake or a hurricane or a virus, except that force majeure is for some unexpected event that occurs you to shut down your production, in which case the insurance company covers your losses. It's no longer an unexpected event to be affected by COVID-19. And so insurance companies are by and large not covering shutdowns for COVID-19 or increasing their premiums tremendously to prevent them from having to pay huge amounts of money when a production has to shut down.
Yeah,
go
on, Bill.
Okay. Actually, I was curious about this. Has the industry, because with Tyler Perry, he approached this and built his enclave, I guess, in Atlanta. Has the industry looked at his model as a way to address the production issues?
Well, Tyler Perry has his own studio. He's been extremely successful. He has his own studio in Georgia. And the big difference between Tyler Perry and most of the other studios is that he's in Georgia and most of the other studios are here in California. That has some benefits because Georgia has some lucrative tax incentives for productions. And it has some disadvantages, frankly, because if you're bringing in talent from outside of Georgia, you have to fly them in, put them up in hotels, pay for their meals, etc. What he's doing there, as best I know, is not all that different from what other studios do, in that they have a studio lot, a facility, and they have sound stages. It doesn't really change the dynamics for certain types of films. If you're shooting a documentary with just a few people, COVID-19 is not going to have a big impact. You just stay 6 feet from interview them, the internet. If you're doing animation, it's generally done by animation artists in front of a computer. They can take the computer home and do it there, and they can isolate themselves, and there's not much danger. But when you're shooting a film where you have 100 people on the set at the same time, especially if there's crowd scenes, if there's kissing, if there's close contact among actors, now you have a potential formula for spreading COVID. And the thing about movie making is it's an extremely collaborative endeavor. You have a crew, you have cast, and if one person gets sick in many businesses, it doesn't stop the wheels from going forward. But in the movie business, if an essential crew member gets sick, it does stop everything from going forward. Now, most of the crew are easily replaceable, especially if you're shooting in LA, because there's a huge pool of talent here. But you can't do that with the stars of your show. If the lead or one of the major actors in your show gets sick and is out for 2 weeks, you can't shoot scenes with that person. And so everyone becomes unemployed during that period of time. And then when you start up again, now you also have a problem, because some of those people who were booked to shoot on a certain day and a certain week in your show, now they have other conflicting commitments that are going to prevent them from coming back to your show, because they made those commitments assuming that your show would be over. So it creates a real serious problem to produce many movies and TV shows.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
Very quickly, Mark. Obviously, the box office is very, very important to to big sort of blockbuster films. Have films that otherwise would have been released been held back from being released this year because who's going to go to the cinema? Is that something that's happened? And if so, how's that been affecting Hollywood and the entertainment industry more generally?
Yes, virtually all films that are shown in theaters in the United States have been either postponed, or some of them have gone direct to digital streaming. And it's only right now it's starting up again. The one possible exception has been there has been a little bit of a renaissance for drive-in theaters, not the new release movies. So it has had a big impact on theaters. And the theaters, AMC, which is the largest theater chain, is on the brink of bankruptcy anyway, even before this. So this is going to have long-term effects on the movie industry. I think that there's a good chance that a bunch of theater owners are going to go out of business and may not, be replaced.
Do you think that'll affect people like myself who will occasionally invest into movies or TV shows that we like, and we get our executive producer credit? Do you think that's going to affect investment money coming into some of the bigger money productions?
I think what you're going to see is dramatic changes in distribution of movies. But I think there's always going to be an appetite for movies. If anything, people are stuck at home. And I don't know about you, but I've been watching a record number of programs on television because myself and my wife were pretty much isolating ourselves and not going out to restaurants. And so some of the companies like Netflix have actually increased their subscriber base significantly because a lot of people are streaming movies. Now, when movies are available in theaters, I think some viewers will come back to theaters, but I also think a lot of people will now become more comfortable watching movies at home, and it may, permanently affect the amount of people who go to movies. People should remember that at one time in the United States, during World War II, almost huge proportion of the population went to the movies because that's the only place you could see news footage of what was going on during the war. You'd go there, you might have a double feature, you'd short films, you'd have the newsreels, you'd see what was going on in the war. And in the early 1950s, a new disruptive technology came about called television. And people discovered they could buy this appliance, plop it down in their living room, turn it on, and essentially watch all the programming they wanted for free if they were willing to suffer through the commercials. And television became enormously popular, and movie-going dropped off significantly and has never gone back to those levels. So we may see something similar now where the amount of attendance at movies is going to go down. But I think there still will be movies. I think there's still a great appetite to watch great stories, and that will continue, but they may not be distributed the way they were in the past.
What about the budgets that I've seen for these movies? To me, they're off the chart. When I was looking at the Marvel, Disney budgets, we're talking about when you view it, you're viewing $1 million to $2 million a minute. Mark, that's what they're spending on these things. How do they recoup the $1 million to $2 million a minute in the movie theaters today? How are they going to be able to even make that back?
Well, the movie the exhibition of films in movies in movie theaters gets you a lot of advertising and publicity. By itself, it's not necessarily all that lucrative. First of all, about half of the box office tickets sold at the box office, half that money goes to the distributor. The other half stays with the theater owner. And the theater owner also gets to keep, by the way, everything at the concession stand. So only a portion of that money goes back to the studio, whereas the studio receives a much greater proportion for exhibiting stuff on its own streaming platforms or putting out DVDs or showing them on television. But typically, customarily, in the movie industry, the big theatrical release and all the advertising that's taken out to promote it builds awareness of the film. And so those films that get a theatrical release, especially if it's in 2,000 or 3,000 theaters, they tend to do better when people stream the movie later on, or rent a DVD, or watch it on television. Those are the movies that they first want to see. So the theatrical release is often not profitable because you have to pay for prints and ads. Now the cost of prints has gone down because most theaters now are digital. They basically aren't delivered a 35 millimeter celluloid print anymore and have to ship it back. They get the movie on a computer disc or a DVD or by satellite, and so print costs have dropped dramatically, and the industry has saved about $1 billion from that. But advertising costs of advertising and getting people to come to the movies has not gone down. If anything, it's gone up. So it's very expensive to make people aware of your movie, and especially nowadays, if you don't spend money to make people aware of your movie, it's very easy to get lost in the shuffle. When I was growing up at home, you had, I grew up in New York, you had ABC, NBC, CBS, maybe one or two independent stations, and that was it, and the movies, that was it. Nowadays on my cable box, I have 2,000 channels, I have Netflix, I have, HBO, I have thousands and thousands of programs to choose every night, and it's remarkable that sometimes I can't find anything I'm interested in watching, considering how many things are available. But I have a lot of choices. And something there's a lot of clutter in the marketplace because there's so many films, and so if people aren't aware of your film, they're not going to order it. They're not going to go buy a ticket to see it in the theater. And you have to spend a lot of money, to get to those people. And it's not like, everyone reads the New York Times or the LA Times anymore. People getting their information, a lot of it is over the internet. It's through all kinds of different ways. And so the cost of marketing films has gone up and become more expensive.
Right. Wow. So the thing is, there is a big marketing and distribution. Isn't that what we're seeing in terms of the trend of industry anyway? In other words, one problem that we've seen is like YouTube has way too many choices. And the other problem is the movie industry has way too many movies. You got to find out what you really want. But there are certain companies that are developing artificial intelligence, which is basically collecting your demographics so they can feed to you what they think you want. Is the entertainment movie industry moving toward using AI to send the message to the right person to get them to watch what they want?
Well, it's already doing that. I mean, if you subscribe to Netflix and you watch a certain type of program, Netflix then gives you recommendations because you watched this program and liked it. How about these? How about trying these? And so yeah, that's already being done. Where they're making suggestions of what else you might see. For Netflix, you create your own profile based upon the movies you put on your list of what you're interested in, and they make recommendations to you of other movies, based upon that. So if you see a certain type of documentary about subject matter, you're gonna receive from them suggestions of other similar type programs that you might be interested in, and that helps you sort out this so many overwhelming number of choices that are presented to you. So that's already happening, And as far as marketing goes, that's also happening in marketing. When people market over the internet and they go to Google to place ads, they know that certain types of Marvel type films that they appeal primarily to males, 16 to 25. And they can buy targeted ads to, that sort of audience. Google has all kinds of information so that you're not advertising to people who have little or no interest in your type of film. So that's already being done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and your law firm.
Will the business model stay the same post-COVID? Like with all the infrastructure that needs to happen for reproduction. Will the business model still sustain that, or will we have to adjust to a new way of doing production, a new way of production costs, or keeping on top of the production costs?
I think COVID is going to have some long-lasting implications on the movie industry. I think people are, even if we get a vaccine, even if we get this virus behind us within maybe a year or two, there's always a chance that it could be a new virus, and this is fresh in the minds of a lot of people. And so I think going forward, you're going to see much more emphasis on disinfecting, equipment, on trying to take steps, to prevent the next virus from happening. These pandemics are not all that unusual. I mean, we've had a number, recently, except in the other pandemics, such as the Ebola that happened in Africa. The government smartly, immediately sent people over there, sent troops over there, and stopped it before it got into this country. And in some ways, Ebola was far more deadly, than the coronavirus. The 80 to 90% of the people who got Ebola died, But President Obama, to his credit, went into action, sent people over there under some criticism, sent troops in there, and stopped it. And if you're in a war, it's always better to fight the war on the other guy's territory, and not fight a defensive war, on your own territory. So we have been actually fairly successful on other pandemics, but under the current administration, we've seen a completely incompetent, response to this, and it could happen again.
I couldn't agree with you more. And one of my favorite movies about the Ebola epidemic and how it kind of was contained was because of very smart doctors and taking control of the situation is 93 Days, given that you're in the movie industry. It was one of the first movies I watched when this came about because, like you said, Ebola, over 80% of the people who contracted Ebola, actually higher, died from it. The fatality rate was extremely high and there was no controlling it. But they controlled the spread of Ebola with smart leadership, and they let the doctors control the situation. And like you said, we sent people over there to help contain it and control it. So I couldn't agree with you more. One of the things I wanted to talk about is maybe you kind of touched on this a little bit, but the movie theaters where we love to go and watch these movies. And I'm kind of glad to see drive-ins come back. I always liked them. But what about remodeling the movie theaters? Like, some of them, like the mom and pop ones, not the big chain ones, but some of the mom and pops have set up, where pretty much you've got a table. And this was done way before COVID, but where you're kind of separate from people. They serve you beer and food. Is there any consideration of that to help?
Well, that has already happened. There's the Alamo Theater in Austin, Texas. There's the Landmark Theater here in LA. And that has occurred. But the economics of the movie business are that it's much more profitable if you can put 500 people in the theater than if you can put 200 people in the theater. So you have your fixed costs for staff, for rent. And the difference between having the theater a third full and completely full is huge. And so you can do that, you could put up plexiglass barriers in between people in the theaters, but it's going to cost a lot of money. And if you reduce the amount of audience, you're going to reduce your profits. And as it is, a lot of theaters are on the brink anyway of going out of business. So I'm not sure that that's realistically going to solve the problem.
Okay.
And I'm not sure drive-ins are going to make a big comeback because drive-ins, they take up a lot of land, and land in certainly urban areas tends to be very expensive. And the reason a lot of drive-ins went away is because the drive-in owners figured out they could get more money selling the land to a developer who put up a shopping mall than they could possibly make selling movie tickets.
Yep. We got plenty of land out here in North Carolina.
Yeah, but they don't have any land in California. I flew over LA many times, been there. There's no land in Southern California. It's all taken.
Oh, and it was really cute. I saw one of the neighborhood, because I live out in the country. So one of the neighborhood little shopping centers, it's not really a shopping center, it's a grocery store with a big parking lot. They set up an outdoor movie theater for every Sunday night. I thought that is so cute, just to get people out. They have people sitting apart. But I thought that was a good venture to try something. I think people are looking for alternatives that are going to be healthier, safer. But I agree with you. The money's made by volume in a movie industry. And, that volume is the most that like a plane. The more people you can cram in on a plane, the better you are. So.
Exactly.
Mark, I had a bit of a different question, and that's this, that how has these changes, because you mentioned before that there was like a 2 to 3 year timeline before this COVID works through the system, and that there may be changes coming in the future. How are your clients budgeting? Are they changing their budgeting? Are they looking at long-term strategies? Are they cutting back, or are they husbanding their resources for a later date? I'm curious if you know, or if you can share.
Well, most of my clients, I have a wide variety of clients. Some are independent filmmakers who raise money from family and friends and make low budget features. A whole bunch of my clients produce movies for Netflix, YouTube, Warner Brothers, all these major entities that fund the movie. And they usually provide 100% of the budget. They end up owning the movie, and the production company gets a fee, based upon the size of the budget. The answer to your question is, it is changing budgeting. It is increasing costs, and it may change the types of movies that are being made, because some movies are much more risky than other movies from the point of view of COVID. Clearly, movies that have crowd scenes, where you have thousands of people together, are going to be a big problem. And it's questionable whether you could even recruit those people. Assuming they need to perform without masks on, I'm not sure you could even get those people. So I think you're going to see some adjustments. I think you're going to see they may use digital technology to simulate crowds, and certain types of movies, such as documentaries, where you have a small camera crew and you're just interviewing people, or using stock footage. Those are going to be much less affected. Animation is going to be much less affected. So I think there may be a change in the types of movies that are produced. The typical big budget studio film at the moment, by and large, is not being produced. Because of these risks, and because of all the unknowns, and because people have to adjust. The COVID guidelines for shooting a movie now are extensive. I mean, it's unbelievable, all the things that you're required to do. You need to comply with the health laws, and it's going to significantly increase the cost of making movies. So it's having a big impact, and that's why the movie industry is largely shut down as far as production goes.
So then you see right now, from the shutdown, you see a slow rebuild rather than a rapid return to the new normal with regard to the industry. So a smaller, slower growth rather than a rapid return. Am I correct in understanding that?
I think it's going to be either slow or very slow. I think those are the two options. I'm not a medical doctor. I have no inside information as to how soon a vaccine might be available. But let's assume, best case scenario, a vaccine is found that's very effective before the end of this year. You still have to administer it to billions of people for it to have an impact. I mean, that's no small task. We live in a global economy. You can't just, vaccinate people in our country. If you're going to open up the borders and let travelers go to and from, and you don't vaccinate India, or Europe, it's still going to be a problem. So I mean, I think best case scenario, it could easily take a year or more if you had a vaccine that worked to give it to widespreadly, to inoculate a large number of people. I mean, you have to manufacture it, you have to ship it, you have to give it to people, and some people may be resistant to take it because there's a lot of concern there was a lot of concern about taking vaccines even before this happened. And I think now, there may be even more concern because I think the credibility of certain people in the government is very low. When you have a president telling people, suggesting they might inject disinfectants, are you going to take his word that the vaccine works? I'm not.
Yes, and with that, we're at the half hour, and I just want to do some quick introductions. Today, we have our very special guest, Mark Litwak, who is an entertainment lawyer in Los Angeles, California, probably one of the famous entertainment lawyers in the world. His law firm represents Netflix, among other companies, and he's also a professor at the University of Southern California, USC, which, from what I understand, people will pay money to get into, big money to get into. At least that's what I heard. And joining us on the panel is Kim Calhoun, who is the vice chair for the Computer Science Department, Board of Advisors at North Carolina State University in the Raleigh-Durham area. Bill Trezevant, who is in Washington, D.C., runs the Washington Report for IBM TV and also American Politics at Washington TV. Maybe you'll have Mark on that one. That'll be very interesting. Then we have Willie Hill, who runs Startup Australia in Melbourne, Australia, mate. And then, of course, Ankit has joined us from India, New Delhi, India. He's the director of our production at IBM TV out of India, and we'll get to India in just a moment, since that was mentioned. And then Shakeel Latimer out of Sydney, Australia, who runs $1 billion money management group in Singapore and also in Liechtenstein. Notice not in Australia. He just so happens to live there because COVID-19 forced him.
I don't live here.
You don't live there. Oh, excuse me. He lives in either Liechtenstein or Singapore and goes back and forth between that. And Mark mentioned India. Let me ask Mark this famous question. Mark, do you know who Shadow Khan is? Who's Shadow Khan?
Well, there's a lot of people in India with the name Khan, so I'm not certain who it is. I mean, there's a very famous
that's perfect. We're none of us are certain who he is, so we will go to India and talk to our friend Ankit Kandlawa in New Delhi, India, who runs IBM TV in India. Who's Shadow Khan?
So Shah Rukh Khan is one of the popular actors in India, and he's the richest actor in the world. He's close to $1 billion of turn. I mean, the worth as of now, and he, apart from movies, he does a lot of production work and also invests a lot of money in sports and entertainment as well. So that's what Shah Rukh Khan is. He's from India.
He's from India. Now this is what I find very interesting, Mark, is that the people in the United States, when I talk to Ankit, who hangs out with, what do they call it? You have Bollywood over there, that Shadow Khan is the person over there. He's like the Brad Pitt of India. But when you move over to the United States, it's almost like no one knows who the heck. I didn't know who this guy is, Shadow Khan. Are we seeing, because the audience in the United States is limited to 300 million. India, they have 1.3 billion. We run Vivian's China, which has another billion. Are the American Hollywood producers starting to look now more globally? Because you're limited in your eyeballs here in the United States, but internationally, the audience is huge. Have the producers looked outside the United States?
Well, most of the money that they make from, quote, American films is made internationally. 2/3 of the revenue comes from abroad. China is really is the number 2 market in the world and is expected to surpass the United States probably in the next few years. So a couple of things. First of all, Bollywood produces more movies than Hollywood. They produce more, but they don't export as well as American films. You can see some Bollywood films in the United States, in the major urban areas and where there's Indian expatriates here, but they're nowhere Indian films are nowhere nearly widely distributed in the United States as U.S. films are distributed in most foreign countries. The American movie business, and of course, when I say the American movie business, keep in mind that the American movie business is to some extent an international, business, because some of the major players, Rupert Murdoch and Fox, although he sold it to Disney, was actually an Australian, and at different times, major studios have been owned by French companies and Canadian companies. So it's more of an international business. And some American movies are not even shot in America; they're shot in other countries. So it's hard to define what it is. But the movies that are distributed by the major studios and their subsidiaries abroad are very much conscious of the foreign market. And nowadays, 2/3 of the revenue comes in from abroad, which is why they make certain types of movies. This is why you have a lot of superhero movies, because many countries in the world, English is not the first language. Sometimes very few people who are moviegoers understand English. But when you watch Batman and you see car chases and all this action, you don't have to understand the language to appreciate the film. And so those types of films with action, adventure, they export very well compared to, let's say, a traditional Woody Allen movie where you basically have people talking to each other. And if you don't understand the culture of the Upper West Side of New York, you don't get the joke. Those don't export as well. So one of the reasons that Hollywood makes the movies it makes is they very much are looking at the foreign market. Look at what's just been released, Mulan. It's talk about a movie oriented toward China. There you got it. Now, there's some problems with international distribution. In China in particular, which is a huge market, there's caps on profit sharing with American movies. There's only, I think it's 32 or 34 American movies a year that can be distributed on a profit sharing basis. The others, if they come in there, it's a flat fee basis. And so the Chinese government basically restricts the distribution of American movies in China to help the local industry. So there are these issues, and of course there's also censorship issues in some countries. But American movies, compared to most products coming from America, is the good housekeeping seal of approval. There are people all over the world, when they realize a movie is coming from Hollywood, they put it at the top of the list of what they want to see, much more so than if it's made in Russia or Bulgaria or Italy or anywhere else. So, and that has been built up over time. And so there is a strong advantage that American producers have in that they have a worldwide audience for their films.
So Hollywood has a brand and Bollywood has a brand, but also from what I understand, Netflix is purchasing movies out of Africa. Have you seen the trend where people are starting to look at the African market right now?
Well, Netflix is producing movies all over the world, and can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we're good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Netflix not only licenses movies, but they've increasingly been producing their own movies and financing movies. And their subscriber base is not just the United States. They have internet subscribers all over the world. They're in numerous countries. And one of the good things about Netflix is that now I can watch some great shows from Norway or Denmark or any number of other countries, around the world. One of my favorite shows is a show called Rake from Australia about a Australian lawyer who's
those two guys are Australians, so
well, he's a drunk and has a lot of a gambler and a lot of problems, but it's a very funny show.
That's every male in Australia, Mark. I mean, that's just.
I had no idea it was so much fun practicing law in Australia. If I had known, that's where I would have gone.
I've just broke my bracelet, so don't buy 21 karat gold for those people watching. That's the financial advice for the day. Mike, can I ask you a very quick question? Just in relation to financing and profitability on film. I'm a bit of a nerd, so I like to watch documentaries. What's the most profitable thing as a percentage of how much is outlaid to produce it? I know that there's streaming services like CuriosityStream that I like. I don't know whether it's particularly particularly revenue, it has particularly particularly high levels of revenue. But I like it, and how do places like that go, and documentary filmmakers go, and the History Channel and those sorts of places? How do they go compared to some of the mega productions that come out of Hollywood for the mega movies?
Well, the mega productions aren't always successful. There's no real good correlation between the amount of money you spend to make a movie and how profitable it'll be. Look at Ishtar. Look at all the films that Hollywood has made that were big budget disasters that no one wanted to see. The thing about the movie business is it is inherently democratic business. Someone, especially today, who can buy a digital camera for $5,000, edit the movie on their laptop, can create a movie for very, very little money. Before digital technology, you probably had to raise at least $100,000 to make a movie just to pay for the film stock and the developing. But you don't need to do that anymore. There are some people making movies on their cell phones, on their iPhones. So really what movies are is a form of creativity. And even though the major studios would love to monopolize creativity, they're not able to do that. In the oil business, you can buy up all the best oil fields and you can monopolize oil, and you can create very big barriers to outsiders coming in. But in the movie business, what matters is the story. And as often as not, the person who comes up with a great, compelling story is a nobody who's not established in the business. And even the big names in the movie business, who regularly make films, they all usually have a couple of flops, in their record. So movies are a very risky business because it's very hard to predict. Actually, it's impossible to predict which movies are going to resonate emotionally with audiences. And people are constantly surprised when a movie comes out of left field they never heard of and becomes unbelievably popular. Because the most effective advertising for movies is word of mouth. If people tell you at the water cooler at work that last weekend they saw this movie and it's great, that means much more than any advertising that Universal Pictures takes out and shows you on TV. Because everyone discounts those commercials. You never see a commercial from a major studio that says, honestly, folks, we made this movie, we had good intentions, but it didn't turn out very well. Please come and buy a ticket and see the movie so we can recoup our cost of production. They never say that. They always show you, 30 seconds of the best footage from the film to make it seem like it's an incredibly great film. And then when you go to the movie, you realize that 30 seconds was the only 30 seconds you really wanted to watch. So people know that, and they listen to their friends. And word of mouth is what ultimately matters. And no matter how much money you spend on marketing movies, after the first weekend, it doesn't matter. Word of mouth takes over. So there is no easy answer. If anyone could figure out a formula for which movies would consistently be profitable, the major studios would buy up that formula, and all their movies would be profitable. As it turns out, a very small percentage of their movies are profitable. Most of them lose money.
That would probably work, Mark, I think, if a Hollywood studio came out and gave that as an advertisement. But another question, which I think has just come through our Facebook feed, but is one that I'd like to ask as well. I'm fairly successful in the finance world because I'm creative when it comes to how I use derivatives. And I've had a little bit of a go, very, very minor go at producing some small films and things like that in Hollywood. But what I'd like to know from you is, if I was going to put some money up to produce a film, I want to know that my money's being spent responsibly. And if somebody's got some really great creative idea, I'm probably going to say, well, hang on a second, how many more millions is this going to cost me? And I may, tell them, no, I'm not funding that. Is there a sort of push and pull dynamic between the people who are putting up the money for a film and the creative and artistic freedom that the directors and production managers may have? And how does that work out?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, if you're funding your film from investors, you need to convince them that that the film is a good investment. But to be perfectly honest, most people who invest in films don't do it because it's a shrewd financial move. Most people who invest in films, and these are typically doctors and lawyers and successful business people who this year, instead of going to Las Vegas and blowing 20 grand over the weekend gambling, they're going to give the 20 grand to a young filmmaker, and they think it's going to be a lot of fun to be involved in the movie making process, to come down to the casting calls, to come to the wrap party, to come to the premiere, and they're not motivated typically by the financial return, because frankly, the financial return on most movies is horrible. Most movies don't make back their money, don't make back their cost. Occasionally, a movie goes through the roof. You had a movie called Paranormal Activity that was reportedly made for, I don't know, $15,000. It did $100 million at the U.S. box office. So, I watched the movie. Well, I watched the first 10 minutes of the movie. That's all I could stand. But I have no good explanation for why that movie resonated with so many people and did so well. But some movies, there is no correlation. When people go to buy a ticket at the movie theater, they don't ask the person selling them a ticket, how much did the movie cost? You know, they say, you know, I want to see this movie. Usually the ticket price is the same for whichever movie they choose. If it's a 14-plex and they have 14 choices, it's the same exact price for all the movies. And when they go into the movie theater, they don't project the budget up on the screen. What they do is they tell a story. And if the story resonates with people, if people enjoy it, you know, then it does well. And if people don't enjoy it, it doesn't do well. And it's not something really capable of financial calculation. So I would say to you, if you want to invest in movies, that's great. Hopefully you'll have a good time, but don't expect to see your money back because usually it doesn't come back. But it can be exciting, especially if you're outside the movie business, to be involved in a production, to come down to the set, to see how it's being done, and that frankly, you know, is the motivation for most investors. And a lot of the investors, of course, are family and friends of the filmmaker, and they have that motivation to just want to help their family member.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So the thing is, the economics may not be there for the movie industry now. But what about Netflix? Since your law firm, and tell us a little bit more about your law firm. You represent Netflix. What do you do as an entertainment lawyer on a day-to-day basis in terms of representing clients?
Well, we represent Netflix and many other companies and many production companies who produce for either Netflix or Warner Brothers or Cartoon Network or, you know, whatever. Mm-hmm. I mean, different types of law firms in the movie industry do different things. You know, even saying you're an entertainment lawyer doesn't necessarily tell you what you do, because there's some entertainment lawyers that just represent football players. You know, there's some that just work in live theater. You know, there's a whole bunch of them that just work in music and do record deals. I don't do any of that at all. I work mostly in movies and TV, some book publishing, some multimedia stuff. And our clients are mostly producers and production companies. And so we do what's called production legal work. And there's a whole nother group of lawyers who represent talent. And they represent directors, writers, stars, and they negotiate their employment deals when they're hired onto a film. So you know, what we do for the average movie, there's often 100 or more different contracts that need to be negotiated, sometimes a lot more than that, because everyone making a movie wants to make a successful movie. They don't want to make something that's going to be the subject of lawsuits. And they don't want to be sued because they used music without a proper license, or they used stock footage when they weren't supposed to, or they didn't secure the rights to the film. So many movies are insured by insurance companies, and the insurance companies will often call me up and ask, you know, to make sure that we have fully secured all the rights to the film, because the insurance companies, they want your premium dollar. they don't particularly want to get sued or have to pay out on a claim.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the thing is, these movie productions are actually insured by insurance companies. What do the insurance companies do when it comes to insuring a movie? What are they actually insuring?
Well, actually, there's a whole bunch of different types of insurance, and producers they may buy cast insurance to protect you if a cast member. They may buy equipment insurance. They may buy liability insurance if there's an accident on the set. They may buy negative insurance if there's something that happens to the negative. And they're almost always required, if you get distribution in the United States, to purchase what's called errors and omissions assurance, which essentially is malpractice insurance for filmmakers. If a filmmaker neglects to secure all the rights to the film, the insurance company steps in to pay for the defense and pays for any award against them. There's also another type of insurance called a completion bond. And completion bond insurers take the risk of what happens if the film goes over budget. So a completion bond company will look at the budget, determine whether it's realistic, determine whether the production team have the necessary skills to make this at that budget level, and they will provide insurance that if you go over budget and have to spend more than you budgeted, that they will step in and they will provide the rest of the money to finish the film. Because with movies, a movie that's 90% done can't generate any revenue. It has to be completed. It has to be completed and released to have any potential of making money. So there's a wide variety of different types of insurance that are bought, not just one.
Mm-hmm. Yes. One of our viewers want to know the difference between and similarities between films and shows. And maybe the thing is it's live shows, or do you even work in the live show market space, or just mainly do films?
I do films and television shows. Live theater is mostly based in the United States, at least in New York. And putting on live shows is somewhat similar to the movie business in that it's extremely risky. You can assemble a show, you can put it up there, and it can go through the roof. But who would have predicted that Hamilton, a movie about one of our founding fathers, would go through the roof and be so successful, while many others get released, and after a week the theater is dark. It's very, very difficult to predict which films, which theater productions will succeed. But what happens in the movie business and the theater business is that if something succeeds, there's often derivative works that spin off from it. The Hamilton, has just been released as a film. There's merchandising that can generate money. For movies, there may be a theme park ride. There's all kinds of other ways. If you have a successful movie, Spider-Man, Batman, it's $1 billion franchise. And when it works, it can generate enormous amounts of money, not only for the movie, but for sequels and for remakes and for all kinds of derivative works that are spun off from it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some of the studies I've read, Mark, is that when it comes to television, I'm switching from television for movies, is that in the United States in the 1980s, there were 50 companies, 50 companies, that basically controlled about 90% of the television distribution. Today, 5 companies control 90% of the television distribution in the United States. Are we seeing in media a message being sent from very, very few people? In other words, our media is manipulated into maybe 5 different companies controlling most of the media here in the United States?
Yes and no. There's some consolidation, but on the other hand, you have the internet, and anyone can set up their own show on the internet, and YouTube, has numerous channels, and basically anyone who wants can have their own TV channel. And it's not that difficult to distribute content. What is the barrier for most people is marketing. Yeah, you can have your own YouTube channel, and there are some people who go viral, and their stuff that they post on the internet becomes extremely popular, and some people called influencers make a lot of money from that. But there's also a whole bunch of people who put out a video of their cat, and no one except their family ever watches it. So marketing is a big challenge, especially today when people have so many choices. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head how many programs there are on YouTube, but I mean, there's like thousands and thousands uploaded every hour of new programs on YouTube. And, so the answer is distribution is not really the issue. It's marketing and how to get people to tune into your channel to watch your program. And that's really what the challenge is.
Mm-hmm. Right. So the thing is the marketing and distribution. But right now, because the internet, it's changed the focus, allowing more of a democratization of the media. Would you say that is what's going on? The internet is a game changer for the media industry?
Absolutely. It's totally changed the business. The movie industry has been transformed again and again and again over time. Back in World War II, most people went to the movie theaters to get any kind of visual entertainment. Then television came along and the box office dropped off dramatically, and a lot of people watched television. Then cable TV came along, pioneered not by people in the movie industry, but by Time, a magazine company. They came up with HBO and they launched basically cable television. And of course, these successful companies often get merged and consolidate into major players. And television, when television was founded, the major studios that dominated the business were hostile to television. They instead of embracing television, instead of getting into the television business, they fought it tooth and nail. And they allowed some new companies called ABC, NBC, and CBS to rise up and become super successful, and gain the lion's share of the revenue, from television, because they weren't entrepreneurial and they didn't embrace this new technology. The same thing happened again with home video. When home video started with people buying Betamax and VHS tapes, the major studios avoided it by and large, except Warner Brothers, was somewhat receptive to it. But they boycotted it, and all these mom and pop stores grew up, and they would buy a lot of independent movies. I was around when my clients were making these low budget independent movies, and they were licensing them for incredible sums of money because the major studios essentially were ignoring the home video market. Well, that changed. The home video market consolidated. It became Blockbuster. Now Blockbuster is out of business, and now the streaming companies have essentially taken over. You have YouTube Red. You have Netflix. You have the major studios now, but lately have launched Disney Plus, HBO Plus. So the industry keeps changing and evolving with technology. And if there's one thing that we've seen is that the major players in the industry are often not where the innovation comes from. The innovation comes from outsiders who come up with something new and different, and it takes off. And only when it's clear, that this is going to be successful, do the major players either buy them up or emulate them and copy their behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So are you seeing more toward streaming video being the way of the future?
Well, I think it already is the wave of the future. There's an enormous amount of streaming going on, and if you look at DVD sales, they've gone down precipitously. And you probably noticed Blockbuster stores have closed. So
there's one in Bend, Oregon, still.
Yeah, there's one left. There's one left. So it's already changed. However, I do think that some people still like to go out on a Friday or Saturday night, to a movie theater. I think you're always going to have teenagers who want to get out of the house and get away from their parents. And you could say to your teenage son, "Hey, Johnny, instead of going to the movies and spending money, on a movie, why don't you just stay home and bring your date here and watch a show on HBO?" Sure. And the last thing Johnny wants to do with his date is to be there in the family room with his family. He wants to be out with his friends. He wants to go to the theater. he wants to get away from his parents. If he sees his parents
Even
on the
his
street,
state
he's
doesn't
probably
want
going
to
to cross over to the other side. So
Even
I think
his date doesn't want to be at the parents' house.
what?
I said even his date doesn't want to be at his parents' house.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Right.
So I think there will be. I think look, these when new media comes along, it doesn't necessarily wholly replace previous media. When television came along, it didn't replace radio. We still have radio. People still listen to radio. We have some new derivations of radio, like podcasting, which is essentially sort of radio on demand. But there's still a market for radio, and there's a market for TV, and there's a market for movies and theaters, and there's a market for streaming. So they don't necessarily get completely replaced, but the market changes, to meet the needs of consumers. And right now, consumers have more choices than they've ever had in the past as far as watching programs.
Right.
Both the types of programs and frankly, international programs. I think it's just great that you can, subscribe to some of these streaming platforms and see programs from all around the world. And I think that's going to have a very positive impact because, fortunately, a lot of Americans don't travel that much. And this may be the only way they get to experience, other cultures. I think there's tremendous benefits in traveling the world and seeing how other people, live their lives and how other societies conduct themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mark, are you telling us that video didn't kill the radio stuff?
Yeah, but
It's still radio. Turn on. You have a radio in your car. It hasn't killed it. I mean, it may reduce the number of people listening to radio, but if you're driving a car, you can't watch television. But you can listen to the radio.
Well, I want to add something too, because satellite came in, and then of course people got those little flash things that they plug in and listen to the music. But live radio is still very important for public service announcements. So it will never go away. There will always be some sort of connectivity, communication, just specifically designed for public service announcements. So that radio was put in place more for that. Then the entertainment came in place, right? But more for news and what's going on in your community, what things to be prepared for. Then entertainment comes into place, but that will never leave just specifically for that reason. At least as far as I'm aware of, I worked in regulatory for years, and I know that was a specification and requirement.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and with that, we are at the top of the hour, and I just want to make sure for those people who just joined us on IBM TV, we're with our smart television, which is kind of not your daily feed of what they call it, Survivor or Love Island or whatever they show on television, which I don't watch. We do have our special guest, Mark Litwak, who's probably certainly in the United States, the most famous entertainment lawyer in the country, who has joined us, who also teaches at the University of Southern California, otherwise known as USC Entertainment Law. From India, we have Ankit, who is also with IBM TV in New Delhi, India, where all of our scheduling is done out of New Delhi. And then Shakeel Latimer, who is in Sydney, Australia, but actually lives in Liechtenstein and Singapore, who runs his billion-dollar money management company, whatever you do when you play with $1 billion. That's what he does. And Willie Hill, who runs Startup Australia, has over 10 or maybe 20,000 followers in his startup community in Melbourne, Australia. Knows we're being dominated by the Australians. And then we have, of course, Bill Trezevant, who's an attorney who runs our Washington Report and American Politics out of the Washington, D.C. area. And we're obviously very grateful to have Mark on our show to basically bring us the up-to-dates about the entertainment law in the great other seat of power in Hollywood. Now, is Hollywood actually, because you guys live in a different world, and I was told by one of our Hollywood producers, all the talent is within the area of Hollywood, but are you guys actually influenced on what goes on in Bill Trezevant's neck of the woods, otherwise the Tower of Power of Washington, D.C.? Does that affect, because it affects my business. I run pension funds all over the United States, and everything that I have to watch what goes on Washington because it affects my pension business. Does it affect your business in Hollywood goes on in Washington, Mark?
Well, you know, probably not as much as your business. I mean, in the United States, at least, there's not a lot of there's the First Amendment and not a lot of censorship, and people can pretty much, you know, make what they want. Decisions are primarily made on the basis of what will advance people's careers and what will make money. And you know, there's not a lot of there is some regulation on broadcast television, but you know, the FCC, you know, prohibits certain things, but you know, broadcast television is not what it used to be. People get a lot of their information from cable television or over the internet, and those are largely unregulated. Yeah. So you know, I mean, Washington, D.C. has some impact. Of course, you know, we make shows about Washington, D.C., you know, Veep and you know, the Madam Secretary, and, you know, not that they're particularly realistic about what happens in D.C., but the West Wing, you know. So I guess you could say it sometimes is the basis of programming, but there's not a lot of regulation over content in this country, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Shakeel.
So, Mark, you know, when you say that some of the films and TV shows made about what happens in DC is not particularly realistic, Hollywood seems to have this disgust for the finance industry, and to that end, they bring out films like Wall Street. They bring out films like Wolf of Wall Street, where they celebrate a crook who rips people off and try to portray the rest of us as being like him. Do you think that Hollywood's depiction of the people in the finance industry is realistic?
Well, Wolf of Wall Street was based on a true story, and
Very loosely.
The people involved were convicted and went to prison. You know, so
it's very loosely based on a true story. Actually, you exported him to us. But let me just ask you this question, because Jordan Belfort did come to Australia after all of that. But let me just ask you this question. It's not so much about whether or not that story was true. Of course it was. But there seems to be this sort of version of people who are in finance that there's no good guys amongst us. And in that film, it's a funny film, great actors. You know, it was fun to watch. But not everybody is this sort of pariah of you know, bad will amongst you know, towards their other people.
No, I disagree, Shakeel. I think that they are, as you said yourself, that love the term unrepentant capitalists with no moral compass. So
but I think what Shakeel's saying,
and there might be, and as we established last week, I very well may be the face of Anglo-Saxon conservatism. Apparently, I'm sure Hollywood can spin that, but is there even one good guy amongst the financiers of the world? Just one?
Shakeel, I just don't think the regular finance sells, because what, like I do for a living, is not exciting. Managing pension funds, what you're doing, derivatives, is just not exciting. When somebody's stealing money, that's exciting. So that's what Hollywood puts on. The day-to-day person who works in finance is, I tell people, it's a high-end accounting function, really. So
I'm not so boring to be compared to an accountant, surely.
Well, a lot of it is just
saying I'm like a lawyer.
How can you show managing pension funds like it's exciting and interesting?
I know.
I tell people it isn't. It is not exciting.
Decisive moments when you move that money from one plan to another, right, Nick?
Yeah, there you go. Right. Yeah, that's really exciting.
When you press that button.
Yeah, you're pressing buttons.
Let's do some social engineering.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the reason I talked about Hollywood, in other words, how it affects is that, like, here, even on IBM TV, we're having this huge discussion because we're adding American politics. And of course, one of our friends at IBM goes, political shows, everybody's going to hate you. So we turn it over to Bill, and we're going to figure out how we can do a political show without everybody hating us. Then we're doing a medical show. And now all of a sudden, wait, you got to be careful what you say because you can't practice medicine without a license, if you do a medical show, you have to have all these disclaimers on and all this other stuff. Do you run into that where all of a sudden, and then some of the countries we beam into are, he's not on yet, our friends from Malaysia and Pakistan. There are Muslim countries. Wait a minute, you can't show this stuff because, it violates Sharia law. And we run into all these issues, and even issues like in Russia. And speaking of Russia, let's bring our Russian correspondent in. There he is, Alexander Starr. Spasiba for coming. The thing is, in Russia and Canada, we have a hard time broadcasting into those countries. Do you run into this international issues, Mark, where all of a sudden you have to move and weave into these other countries, especially with Netflix, because I understand they're in all the countries right now?
Well, a whole bunch of countries have censorship laws, and if you license a movie to a distributor in South Korea, it has to be approved by the censorship board, and sometimes you have to make changes, to the film in order to get distribution. It's not all that unusual. There's quite a number of countries that have those restrictions. I mean, Hollywood is mostly interested in making money and producing programming that the most people will want to watch, because that's what makes the most money. They're into producing popular programming. Hollywood doesn't make a lot of documentaries with a strong point of view, but those are being made, but not so much by the the major studios. The major studios are trying to make mass entertainment. They want to make films that they can be simultaneously released in 3,000 theaters across the country at the same time, backed up by a national television campaign. And they have over time severely restricted the type of programs, the type of movies that they make, to appeal to the lowest common denominator, to the easiest audience, which are often young people, who are less discriminating than older people. So you don't see a lot of films coming out of Hollywood that are black and white or foreign language, or you see a lot of Batman, Spider-Man, Superman, stuff that will appeal to the largest potential audience, because that's what makes the most amount of money. If you're talking about the major studios. Now, independent filmmakers, it's a different story. They're often niche players. They're trying to make a program that won't necessarily be released widely, but will appeal to a certain niche. And in many instances, people who make a movie don't know how popular or unpopular it will be until it gets released. There was a film called My Big Fat Greek Wedding that came out, and the major studios, looked down upon it and said, "Oh no, there's only so many Greek Americans. Most people can't relate to this," and they turned their noses up. Well, it came out and it was a blockbuster hit, and people all across the country were lining up at theaters to see it and ignoring movies that had much bigger budgets, and the pedigree of coming from major studios. So, it turns out that what happens in that Greek American family is actually quite similar to what happens in a lot of other families, in Jewish families and Italian families. You have the crazy grandmother, and people could relate to it, and people liked it, and they told their friends, and it became a huge hit. So to a certain extent, it's unpredictable as to which films will succeed and which won't, and that's what makes the movie industry somewhat exciting, in that you never really know. The fact that the movie comes from a major studio doesn't necessarily guarantee success.
Right. Yes. Alexander Starr, since you were in Russia, and I guess now you're in Canada, did the American movies, Hollywood movies, were they popular in Russia, or did you guys have your own movie industry over there?
Number one, the movies were very, very popular in Russia, although during the Soviet times, very few movies, of course, would be released during the year. But these few movies, they were definitely blockbusters, and they would get incredible amount of viewers. And yes, Russia has its own movie industry. Mm, it's very uneven. Let's see, trying to be objective and nice at the same time. It's not easy. Some of the movies which were released were absolutely horrible, but probably so it's in any country with any movie industries. However, I wanted to pick on one issue that if COVID is really here to stay for foreseeable future, even like 2-3 years, no more than that, but at least, obviously that will augment and I'd rather even say changed the distribution of movies. So everything will be migrating to internet, as you know, and internet is a very interesting beast because here, if in the movie theaters, basically you're competing with other movies, for example, right? Okay, you have say 10 screens theater, so you're competing with 9 other screens, so people will choose to see your movie instead of 9 others. On internet, you're competing with everything, including even IBM TV. You're competing with all kind of strange, obscure, idiotic channels, which oh my God, where even to begin? I discovered one Russian channel that there is one guy. He's a chess player. He's about like 2,500 players. It's not so bad, and he's streaming his blitz with other players, and his comments are in Russian, and it's swearing like every other word. And that channel is particularly enormously popular. I think very soon he will compete with Nakamura simply because of that maybe a missing of people to see like vulgar street language and at the same time to see quality games. A couple of days ago, actually, he defeated Grandmaster Marozevich, who was a few years ago. He was one of the top elite players in the world. So here, movies are competing, and essentially all competition comes basically to one very simple things. How many people you can employ to hit all these likes and send all kind of messages and so on. Similar to what basically Russia did in 2016 when Trump won the election. Basically, they employed a factory of people who were just hitting nothing but making friends on Facebook. And the way how they did it, actually, they were sending some kind of cats and little doggies to people, so they would send a like, then they would become a friend, and then would say that wouldn't be nice, so there's a rally for Trump, I hope I'll see you there, you know, all the best to you and your family and your friends and everybody else, or so on. So essentially, to be successful as a movie business, you have to do exactly the same thing on internet as everybody else does. If for 2-3 years, as we discussed, there will be very, very little of movie goers, and everything will 99% of all that will migrate to internet.
So what you're saying is that the Russians actually did set up a media machine for the Don. Would that be correct, Alexander?
Yeah, that's correct. And they were very, very successful. Even they were successful on 2 points. Number one, they proved that it works, and once it works, To what extent it would work? Well, extent is incredible. Essentially, they engineered election of the president of the United States of America. Who would think about it 20 years ago? I mean, it would be incredible, but it worked now.
Yes. Well. If it works for the presidency, it should work for the movie industry, wouldn't it, Mark? What we call at IBM TV the media machine. Does the movie industry have a media machine? In other words, once they produce the product, the media machine to distribute the product.
Actually, the product is not so important, really.
That's what I was saying.
Product
that was the media machine. The media machine, baby. Do they have a media machine?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's just like Zuckerberg. I call him marketing Zuckerberg, not because. Well, he had CreateSpace had the market wrapped up, and marketing Zuckerberg realized you got to market your website, and he marketed the bejeevers out of Facebook. And
actually, I would put Mark Zuckerberg on the same place where Leonardo da Vinci or Alexander the Great, simply because he created the most popular website where he has no content. He is not producing
right.
any content.
He didn't even have to invent the content.
Idiots like us
put the content. All he has to do is
content.
market his website. Well, in Hollywood, do they have? Okay, once you produce the product, which is the film, do they have a marketing machine that they turn it over to, or a computer generate that just does what we talk about IBM TV? Infiltrate all the Facebook groups, infiltrate all the social media, and distribute the bejeevers out of what they're doing. Has Hollywood got to that level of sophistication?
In other words, the question is, does the Hollywood foreign press try to affect Russian elections as much as everyone claims Russia tried to affect American elections? That's the real question. What's Hollywood foreign press up there?
It's a variant of the question.
Well, the movie business obviously spends a lot of money on marketing and advertising for their films. You know, there's a difference between marketing movies and propaganda for a political purpose. The movie companies are mostly interested in making money, not necessarily changing policy. People who are engaging in propaganda to affect elections, you know, they're not doing that to make money. They're doing that to persuade people to, you know, their point of view or to push a certain candidate. So, you know, the answer to your question is yes, the movie companies increasingly spend money on digital advertising on Facebook and other platforms because those platforms give them something that you don't get when you take out a full page ad in the New York Times. And that is that they can target those ads to your best prospects. And that is why internet advertising is so successful, because instead of doing a scattershot approach and marketing your movie to people who mostly would have no interest in your movie, you can target the advertising to people on the basis of data, you know, or your most likely prospects who want to see the movie. And so, yes, there's increasingly emphasis done on that and try to focus on those people, because, you know, the studios know that certain films appeal to certain segments of the population. But mostly what the studios are making nowadays are films that will appeal to a large segment of the population, mostly young people. They're very focused. The movie studios don't make a lot of movies for people 60 years and older. They they know from statistically that the people who go to most of the movies, at least in theaters, are young people. Young people go to the movies, and young people are less choosy moviegoers. Older people cherry pick movies. I go to, you know, a relative handful of movies each year compared to my sons who are, you know, in their 20s and early 30s. For them, going to movies, it's a social activity to go out with friends. And if there's no good movies playing, they'll see something fairly mediocre. For me, unless the movie is something special, I don't want to bother with driving to the theater, you know, paying for parking, you know, buying the tickets, sitting in the theater with sticky floors and noisy people next to me. I could just as soon stay home. I have a big screen TV and I can watch it And if I need to go to the bathroom in the middle of the show, I just hit pause and go to the bathroom. So, the movie studios generally, are making these super action Marvel type films because that's an easy sell for them. That's what a lot of young moviegoers want to see. And they sometimes make other pictures, but most of the time, those prestige pictures made at a much lower budget are an attempt to gain an Academy Award or an attempt to make George Clooney happy, so he'll be in your next, Ocean's 12 movie or whatever, but they really see their bread and butter, the movies that will make the most money, to be something that can be widely distributed and maybe spun off into a theme park ride, at Disneyland or Universal.
Mm-hmm. And when we're working with these movie producers, what is the typical budget that they have to produce a movie today in Hollywood? Prior COVID, what were they coming in with?
Well, it really varies greatly. I mean, before you produce a movie, you have budgeting people who sit down. I mean, the budgets. I mean, if you're talking about what's made by the major studios, you rarely see major studio films made for less than $5 or $10 million, because the major studios almost always want stars in their film, the name actors in their film. But movies can be made extremely cheaply nowadays because of technology. There are low-budget independent filmmakers who are making great movies for a couple $100,000. But they don't have big stars. They don't have to pay for a 18-foot Winnebago to keep the star happy. They don't have to pay for flying in the hairdresser of the star. They don't have to pay for all kinds of things, that the major studios pay. I would say that for the major studios, it's the average movie is over $70 million in production costs, and that's going to go up because of COVID. And there's plenty of major studio movies made for the hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, if the movie is successful, it's a good investment. So it really varies greatly in the type of picture. Nowadays, what you often see are a lot of movies that are big budget movies with lots of special effects, big name actors, in them, multiple locations, and those can be extremely profitable. And you don't see a lot of small, intimate, movies, on Golden Pond type movies coming out from the major studios. Now, sometimes some big name actors can twist their arm and get them to make their pet project, but mostly that they're interested in is movies that they can release on a mass basis.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's what's going on right now in Hollywood, and that was pre-COVID. Now, COVID-19, are they producing anything at all? I've talked to some movie producers. It looks like it's a big problem, or is Hollywood just basically shut down right now?
There's very little being produced now. There's a couple of shows being produced abroad, but so far, right now, there's very little, being produced. That may change. The major streaming platforms can buy independent product, even if they're not producing stuff. There is, independent product out there. At a certain point, it becomes more important to start making new stuff, especially for series where you've had 3 successful seasons and you have an audience that wants the next season. And I would say that, some of these at some point are going to start moving cautiously, into production. But it depends very much on the type of film. And if you can shoot the film without increasing your costs tremendously and do it safely, then those are more likely to be greenlit and to move forward. Mm-hmm. And if it's a movie that requires a lot of expensive, risky things, you may see some scripts being rewritten and some crowd scenes, being eliminated or reduced. Hollywood, because of digital technology, Hollywood can now make movies and create backgrounds and audiences, crowds digitally that are made in a computer, and it doesn't necessarily require, people having face-to-face contact. So a lot is going to depend upon the type of movie that's being made.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yep.
if you have a movie and the entire cast are 5 people, and you can sequester them 2 weeks before the shoot starts and make sure that during the shoot they don't have contact with anyone else, there's a lot less risk than if you have a movie where you have hundreds of people, as actors and large crews, where if any one person gets sick, it can spread and it could basically shut down the film.
Yeah. And are you still teaching at USC or University of Southern California, or did they shut down the school? Because some schools here, like UNC and University of North Carolina, shut down, and so did North Carolina State. Is USC still open, or did they shut down USC?
Well, USC is open. The question is how much of the learning is going to be remote and how much is going to be in person. And it's gone back and forth a number of times. I was asked if I would teach in the fall and in person, and I declined to do so. We'll see about the spring. The past few years at USC, I've been teaching graduate students seeking an LLM degree. So all my students are lawyers, and almost all of them are foreign lawyers. In fact, I would say probably 70% of them are from Asia, many of them from China. And so these students have a law degree in their country. They're usually in their 20s or early 30s. They come to USC for a year to get an advanced degree, an LLM degree above their lawyer degree, and then they by and large go home. Well, my last class had 80 students, and probably 80% of them were from China or Japan or South Korea. Those people can't even get in the country now. So, the amount of students, since my students were 99% international students, and they most of them can't get into the United States, I'm not sure who I could teach.
Yeah, it becomes a problem. Yes, and the thing is, with us, we're at the bottom of the half hour at IBM TV. We have our very special guest, Mark Litwak, who is one of the world's best known entertainment lawyers, who in the United States also is a professor at University of Southern California. Ankit Kandlawar, who is IBM TV director in New Delhi, and Mark is in Los Angeles, California. Shakeel Latimer, our billion-dollar money manager out of Liechtenstein and Singapore, but right now he is residing in Sydney because of COVID-19. Alexander Starr from Russia and Canada, who also runs Investing with Sasha and also runs another show called Chess Stars on IBM TV. And Kim Calhoun, who's a board of directors for the North Carolina State University. She actually sits on the board of advisors for North Carolina State's computer science department. And from Switzerland, Ben Banerjee, who's an advisor to world leaders and also advisor in Switzerland to business leaders around the world, especially world leaders. And we were going to talk to him a little bit about for those who don't know, we are also going to be sponsoring the International Peace Day, which is September 21st. I don't know if Hollywood gets involved in that or not, but we're supposed to put all the productions on for International Peace Day on September 21st. When we were approached by that, I was going, International Peace Day, what's that? So anyway, we're going to be doing that on the 21st, and we're looking to work with the World Economic Forum, which is in Davos, Switzerland. So we brought in Ben, who's in Switzerland, who does advising to leaders. And tell us a little bit about what you do, Ben, in Switzerland.
Oh, I'm basically from Netherlands, but I lived the last 10 years in Switzerland. So I lead an organization which is called the Swiss Impact Investment Association. I'm also on the board of Climate Leadership Coalition and East-West Institute from the United States, which is a crisis management organization. So we are involved with crises from North Korea till Ukraine. So wherever there's a world crisis, we get involved. And we exist since 1985. And many of the world leaders are involved with this. But mainly where I'm most involved, most of my time goes is SIA, in the Swiss Impact Investment Association. And like a couple of our esteemed colleagues, I also teach at the Zurich University and ETH.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Crisis management.
You actually teach in Zurich then also, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yes. And tell us a little bit about the World Economic Forum. What is the World Economic Forum?
This is an NGO. It was started quite a long time back, I think in early 70s by Dr. Schwab. I can tell you a lot of stories about it, but that will go on forever. So it started very small with the basic idea of bringing some European leaders together. But today it's a global phenomenon where all the world leaders, or most of the world leaders, come together to speak about economical issues, major economical issues, disasters, and things like that. I think President Trump was also here 2 years back or something. I'm not sure anymore. So it's in a very small village in Davos, up in the mountains. It's an amazing place. But for 2 weeks, that village exists in the global map. Otherwise, nobody hears about it. Nobody knows about it. So, and it is somewhat, you can say, it started from Club of Rome kind of idea with a very small group, but today it's an international group. And all the major businesses come together. It has more than 1,000 members who are all major industries. And of course, headed by Professor Schwab and his wife. And there are a couple of other foundations involved. And through the time, it has also evolved a lot. So there are a lot of now sub-events and sub-organizations. So yeah, that's how it starts.
Yeah, there's also a big organization, but of course that's in, I think, Southern California. I've been to some of their meetings called NAPTI. Mark, have you ever been to the NAPTI meeting, the National Association of Professional Television Executives? Have you been to that meeting, Mark, at all?
Yes, I have been to that. NATP and a couple of other big conferences are, for the TV business are attended, but a lot of these things right now are shut down.
Right.
Can had a virtual market. AFM, has a reduced schedule. Telluride was pretty much canceled. I mean, so a lot of these get-togethers are being downscaled or made virtual or being postponed. And Nicholas, unfortunately, I have to go. I have a commitment
We appreciate you coming. And I was supposed to go to the NAPTI meeting in Budapest. I was one in Miami. I was supposed to go to one in Budapest, but then it was postponed or canceled, so it may not be till next year. Every year they have a meeting in Miami and Budapest, and the Budapest one I wanted to go to. But thank you for coming, Mark, and hopefully we'll see you back on some other future IBM TV shows. I know our the guys who run Celebrity Tuesday, who have Hollywood producers on, would love to have you on that show, but I haven't passed that information on to them yet. So thanks for coming, Mark. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Yeah. Thanks for including me.
Yes, Bye. Namaste, as they would say in India. We learned this from our Indian people. Namaste, right, Ankit? Right. Yes.
I've missed my opportunity there. He was talking about these, overwhelmingly horrible celebrities, and my cousin in Canada has a hairstyle that's actually a little bit shorter than mine. So we actually don't need hairdressers to be flown over with us. That was my chance. Mark could have hooked me up. He could have put a word in, but he's left. So
he'll be back. They beam in, beam out. So he won't be back today, but he'll be back. We'll get him on some future shows. My
chance of fame is still alive. Excellent. My cousin in Canada will be very pleased to hear that.
Yeah, I was thinking of sending him over to our Celebrity Tuesday show, so that this way he could talk to the. We have several Hollywood producers that are basically sitting on the sidelines. We don't want to bring in what.
Hollywood and Bollywood, both producers we had. We did industry as well.
Yeah, we have our Hollywood, Bollywood producers, but I want to bring them on Economics Monday to figure out where the where Hollywood and where basically the movie producing industry is going right now. And then I was at the newspaper stand, one of our tabloids go, Hollywood collapses, no money, no movies, no jobs. And I was going,
it's just like the rest of us for a change. Fantastic.
it is.
But I have a solution that the way you have outsourced your technology to India, you can outsource your movies to India as well, and we can get that movie at a cheaper price. Because
yeah. The thing is,
I'll say the same thing. If Mark won't do it, I don't need much in hairdressing. Like, hook me up. Like, I'm seriously the next Bollywood star. How many Indian actors in Bollywood have an Australian accent? Like, come on. Like,
obviously,
well,
we can have a mini Hollywood kind of a setup somewhere in India, and people can come there and then do the working and all the stuff, and then that would be very low cost as compared to Hollywood.
It's already happening. It's a lot of the business, because we invest a lot in, not a lot, but part in the Hollywood, and a couple of producers. But the advantage at this moment is because of the script writers and everybody's sitting at home. They can't go out and work. So we can get through most of the stories. So we can come up with the most wild stories with Keanu Reeves and everybody, which the script writers are more than happy to write them, because they don't have much else to do.
Yeah.
So in Switzerland, you actually invest in Hollywood movies?
Yes. Yeah. There are a couple of Swiss old families also which invest very heavily in Hollywood. And in the impact, especially also in the sector of impact investment, there's a lot of Hollywood investments going on in Hollywood.
Oh, okay. Well, so I didn't know that. So the fuel that funds the Hollywood movie industry is coming in from Switzerland?
No. It's I think all over the world. It was from Japan, from China, Switzerland. I think Hollywood has been open to everybody.
Okay.
Ben, can I ask you, as Dick keeps saying, I live in Liechtenstein, which isn't true. I have my residence permit on its way, and it would have been done already if it wasn't for COVID, for Switzerland, because as we all know, the World Bank's in Switzerland and the Swiss Bank in Liechtenstein. So I am very much looking forward to that. And to our Facebook guests, thank you for that compliment earlier. I did see it. But I do want to ask you, look, I love Switzerland. I won't say anything too disparaging because, that's where I'm going to be living. But Switzerland's, a beautiful country, but it's kind of boring. What are they doing investing in Hollywood?
It is a boring country. That's very true. But for people who love sports or outdoor life, like myself, it's amazing. There's so much to do. But the thing is, if you look at the financial industry is the only industry which touches every sector. I mean, for example, if you look at coffee, Switzerland is the biggest coffee trading in the world, goes through Switzerland. But do you know how much coffee is produced in Switzerland? 0.0. So it doesn't have to be from here, but money reaches everywhere. And it has been
produced in Switzerland, by the way.
So Ben, is it because of the Swiss bank, power of Swiss bank, that a lot of things have been going from Switzerland without any much of holding of the manufacturing?
No. It has a lot of history behind it. So initially, it was the British dollars, British pound, which was ruling the world. Then it was the US dollar that came up after the war with the Marshall Plan and everything. And since all this competition was going on, Swiss franc was one of the currencies which also grew in between. It's nowhere in size compared to the USD or to the British pound, but still it is significantly strong. And the economy is strong. And the Swiss banks are not that big. People think it is big, but if you look at the American banks or the Chinese banks or whatever, Swiss bank, only maybe 1 or 2 Swiss banks can make it on the list. That's UBS and Credit Suisse, but the rest are not that big. But the financial sector is extremely, extremely good. They have, quality-wise, Switzerland always has been a brand for quality.
But Ben, when Switzerland does something dramatic, it can cause massive tailwinds. The Swiss franc, as some of our viewers may not be aware, the equivalent of the Federal Reserve in Switzerland, the Swiss central bank depegged suddenly without any notice on a Sunday, I believe, depegged the Swiss franc from the euro and actually sent a number of American and international hedge funds under. What's your thoughts and feelings on that? Was that a good move?
It was. Yeah, because I had also advised the government to do that, because the problem was that Switzerland was artificially keeping euro on a high value, because Swiss central bank was buying euro. I don't know the exact numbers, but it was a massive number per month. So basically, Swiss central bank, even today, its impact is they're nearly 60-65% assets of the Swiss central bank are euro based. And then we had said this has to be decoupled, because euro doesn't have, in my opinion, my humble opinion, euro doesn't have a very bright, brilliant future. And I'm talking about 2-3 years back. So Swiss had to decouple. And Swiss industry also got very negatively hit because suddenly the Swiss products became very expensive. People couldn't buy Swiss product, but that is the advantage or the strength of the Swiss market. It is so innovative and so good that they got their value back, they got their place back in the market.
So, Ben, as somebody who advises, government leaders and big industry, I think when we talk about, monetary pegs, which are often going to be quite, which often can become quite a problem. It's one of the reasons why the UK under Margaret Thatcher did not want to join the common dollar, the euro. The US economy obviously performs way differently to many other economies. The Middle East is predominantly an oil exporting region. Do you think that there's a possibility that some of those Middle Eastern currencies may depeg from the US dollar? Most Middle Eastern currencies, for those viewers that aren't aware of this, most Middle Eastern currencies are actually pegged at a fixed exchange rate against the US dollar. Do you think that could happen, that some of these countries might say, look, we want to have our own ability to influence our currency and our monetary system rather than being reliant on a third-party country?
Yeah, that is already happening. I mean, if you look in the world, some of these countries have already moved to euro, and there is a major now discussion going on about moving it to Chinese renminbi. So that discussion is already going on in many places in the world. And not to forget the cryptocurrency. So this is going on. We can't.
Sorry, go on.
No, I said we can't ignore the fact that this is going to happen because everything has its phase. We had the world when the world was, like I mentioned, the world was dependent on British pound. Then we had the world hooked on to USD. So one day, someday, euro came up very fast, but euro has its own weaknesses, some severe structural weaknesses. As long as euro does not solve those structural weaknesses, I do not see euro taking the place of the USD yet. So there's two options. Either euro keeps on, modeling along like the other ones, or the second option is that the Chinese currency or somebody else comes up.
Well, Russia and China have started to cross their currencies directly as opposed to crossing it through the US dollar. We know that in countries where they have hyperinflation or they have economic instability, they will adopt a third-party currency such as the US dollar, the pound, sterling, or euros. But certainly with the Middle East, I think that they can make their own economic policies now. And that's what we're very interesting to see. With the euro, when, 10 or 15 years ago, I would have had high hopes that the euro could be a potential displacement to the US dollar as perhaps a secondary world reserve currency. But what I believe you've got at the moment is big issues, and Brexit has certainly brought this up, is you've got big issues in countries like Germany and France who have been selling their goods into countries like Germany and Italy and Spain and those sorts of things. Their economies are much stronger. Those other economies, Spain, Italy, and Greece, and many others, are not quite as strong. There's talks about bringing in some of the former Eastern Bloc countries into the EU. That, of course, is going to be a problem as well. But I think, not to get too much into the politics of this, I think with the dysfunction and the opaqueness of the European Commission and the European parliamentary process, I can't see, one, the EU being able to maintain itself the way that it is right now. And I also would question whether or not there needs to be massive reform for the EU to stay together the way that it is right now before countries start to say, we'll enter trading agreements that are similar to what is currently in the EU, what it should have been to begin with, but having a single currency is just not working.
Exactly, because euro was not really an economical decision. It was more of a political decision. And there is no institution yet strong enough to be backing it up. And that has been the structural weakness of euro. A friend of mine, he's also an American, I think Stiglitz, Professor Stiglitz. He wrote a book. I forgot the name of the book. It was called something like Euro May Mean the Fall of European Union or something. I don't remember the exact name. But he also explained the same theory. That there's a lack of institutions backing the euro.
Yeah, and also from what I understand that Great Britain is supposed to decouple in 38 days from the European Union. Is that going to happen? We keep getting everything every day, and like the Brits can't seem to make up their mind what they're doing over there. Is Britain going to leave?
I can tell two short stories about this. Number one, it was nearly 7 or 8 years back. I was speaking in the British Parliament when I had said UK should go for Brexit. I had my reasons for it, and I had my rationality behind it. And Boris Johnson, I know him, and also his family. UK is going to leave EU, whether EU wants it or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but don't they have like a deadline now? 38 days. What is that? Your passport still?
They're out. We are out of there. We don't want part of it. You know, this is the big thing with politics anywhere, and the EU and the fight between the UK and the EU is really my concern about, you know, Americans thinking that that's going to be a walk in the park for Biden-Harris. Look, people don't like the idea that somebody in a faraway place is just going to rule over them. And this was the major thing that affected the UK, was that, you know, you had people, and it wasn't the wealthy. Remember, the wealthy actually wanted to stay in. And people like myself, I actually would prefer to stay in. Now I'm going to get my Swiss residency, so I still have access, because I like to travel, and I'm, you know, one of those international elites that they talk about. But the reality is, if you're a middle class or a working class person in the north of England, and you're being told that you can't fish your waters, or you can't do this, or you can't do that, and you're not being told that by a member whose office you can drive to and go and talk to that member of parliament, but you're being told that by some supranational government over in Belgium, of course, people are going to get upset about that. And that's the thing, when government becomes too far apart and too inaccessible to people, that's what's going to happen. I wasn't actually somebody who wanted the UK to leave. I really didn't. But the EU's behaviour since Brexit has been deplorable. To hold over the UK, the horrible things that happened in Ireland, and to try and use that the conflict between Ireland, between the Republic and the Unionists
and Gibraltar,
to hold that as a bargaining chip, that's a disgrace. And the EU, I think, has shown their cards. And I actually agree with people like Nigel Farage when he says that countries like Greece, Spain, Portugal, Italy are going to get unhappy. But even forget about those countries whose economies are relatively small. The big powerhouses, Germany and France, are they going to be happy with what's going on? Of course not. So, you know, you've got major players in the EU that are unhappy, and you've got the political parties and the political process in the EU Parliament and the EU Commission that are just doing nothing. They talk about, okay, maybe we should reform, but they don't. And I think that's going to be a big problem for Europe.
I completely agree with it, because when this happened, one of the things that, because I'm from Netherlands, and Netherlands is one of the founding members of the European Union, and what we initially wanted was a decentralized democracies, and what we finally got was a centralized bureaucracy. That's what we certainly didn't want from the very starting, and this is what not EU was meant to be. And what you said is correct, that the distance between the citizens and EU is now so big that it's completely, when the referendum happened in UK, if it would have happened in the rest of Europe, Netherlands would have left, Finland would have left, Austria would have left, quite a lot of countries would have left. And that leaves a question that there is something structurally, fundamentally wrong that so many people want to get out of EU. Okay, today it's a different story. But thing is also, when just then the Brexit happened, it was in that very same week I wrote an article that EU now has two options. Option one, stop and reset. See what is going on, what has they done wrong, where can they look into. Option two, punish UK, make an example out of it. But if you do that, if you go the path of option two, you do not have much future left. And being a pessimist, at that moment, I also said that I'm scared EU is going for option two. And exactly that's what EU did. It went for option two, with finding the most ridiculous reasons to punish UK. It was absolutely ridiculous.
Can I say something to that though, Ben? And look, I know I'm a person that can be sometimes people say I'm very right, sometimes people say I'm very left. I think I'm a moderate, but I do believe in standing up for your own sovereignty, both personally when you think the government's out of line, but also as a state or as a nation. And my personal belief is that Theresa May, and even more so Boris Johnson, should never have ever bothered negotiating. What they should have just simply said, in my opinion, was, we're not doing it. We're out. That's it. And if the EU had a problem with the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic, the UK should have said, we're keeping it open. What are you going to do? Force the force Ireland to shut it? We're a sovereign nation. This is what we're doing, and that's all there is to it. Now, what's the EU going to do? Go to war with the UK? That's not going to happen. So call their bluff. That's my personal opinion. But I'll ask you this quick question. Angela Merkel was talking about, having an EU army, and this was something that when the EU was first set up,
European army, not
making sure. Sorry.
European army, not EU army. European army.
European army. But this was something. This was something that when the EU was first sort of envisaged, this was something that was very specifically not ever going to happen. And one of the things coming out of the Nazi era was that the European Union would contain German power. Now, I have no issue with Germany. I love Germany. But this was theoretically one of the reasons why they put in place some of the rules that they've had. The idea that you could have a supranational governmental agency and a supranational armed force that could potentially take hostile action against a country like the UK, I think is absolutely deplorable. And I'm not sure what the justification for that actually is.
But that can't happen because if you look at facts and figures, Germany is absolutely nowhere in military power. It has nothing. It has extremely outdated mechanized division. They don't have a mechanized division. Their infantry is completely, their weaponry system is outdated. German power is nowhere. They can't stop anybody.
Hence the reason why I think that Angela Merkel wanted to have a European armed service, and one which Germany has disproportionate amounts of influence over the EU, as does France. Yeah. That's my opinion as to why. But it should never have even been suggested. That should never have even been a suggestion made in the EU Parliament, in my opinion.
I think European army does make sense in certain attitude, but I am not sure if it was Angela Merkel who came with the idea. I think the idea was initiated by the French because they have been jumping up and down since a long time about having an European defense force. Because the French are not that trustworthy with the US, they don't usually get along. So they wanted an European defense force to kind of, how do you say it, just make a stand that if US tomorrow doesn't give the umbrella, then...
The French are very French, but at least they sort of stand somewhere in the middle of the Security Council members between the UK and the US. They're always going to stand together. Russia and China, the circuit breakers, the French, right?
Exactly. So I wouldn't worry about the Germans. I would more worry about, as a European, I think I should be more worried about, I don't know. Europe doesn't have any power. Military power is not there. The UK, yes, significantly. Switzerland is a military power. Norway is quite very strong. Greece, very strong, but not Germany. And France is also very strong.
And from an economic perspective, it's interesting to see that there was a number of countries that didn't actually join the euro dollar, the euro currency, such as Denmark, Norway, the UK, Switzerland, who's not actually properly part of the EU, they're in the EEA, but there was a number of other countries that actually kept their own currencies. I think Croatia did as well, from memory.
Hungary also.
Hungary, yep. So there are a number that did, and I think that they are better off for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not better off, Shakeel. We're not better off when they keep their same currency. Then when I travel through Europe, I've always had this problem. I got to exchange my currency for somebody else's currency, and somebody always takes a commission for that.
So Nick, what I will say to that is, what actually made me a trader was I started specializing in a thing called options, and that led me into a whole different world. And there are two types of options. There's an option that allows you to exercise at any time between now and expiry. That's called an American option. There's also another type of option that only allows you to exercise on the day of expiry. That's called a European option. That's an option that was created by Americans to sell to Europeans because they thought it was really dumb. And so what I'll say is if you're unhappy about getting screwed over by exchange rates, that's the European way of getting you back.
Oh, is that what's happening? Okay, so every time I travel from country to country, I got, and it used to be, who was it? Thomas Cook, Bureau of the Exchange.
Yeah.
If I could strangle Thomas Cook, now I hear that he went bankrupt, so I don't care anymore about good old Thomas Cook.
Of the Pacific Rim Chamber of Commerce did not just hear the president say that. I promise Holmes, I said no such thing.
Okay. Well, this Thomas Cook guy, I hated him when I traveled. Okay, because he always took the Bureau of the Exchange would always say, "Oh, you give all this money, they give you a little back." What happens to all? What were the rest? Commission for Thomas Cook. Then they went bankrupt. I go, how can they go bankrupt when all they're doing is raking people's money off? I go, I mean, how could they go? That was stupid.
Just go with me here. Thomas Cook, he's the guy that discovered Australia. It was Captain Thomas.
Oh, well, when I was overseas, I was going to call him Thomas Crook, not Thomas Cook, because he kept ripping me off.
He's up in Australia.
Oh, he's an Australian who was ripping me off? Okay, I wasn't sure. All I know is that the Bureau of the Exchange was not one of my most favorite thing to go in and out of. And so when the minute they said, hey, we're getting away from the euro, I'm going, now when I travel to London, then I go to Paris, I get ripped off now, as opposed to, I could go London to Paris with no problem. So this whole Brexit thing is astronomically bad for the American tourist. We need those Europeans to keep together. So there's one currency, so we don't have to exchange our currency. Yes, and
what happens if Jim gets his?
What about the virtual currencies like Apple Pay, Google Pay, and a lot of wallets coming up? So do you think international wallet is something which will be a bigger market in future? Of currency exchange and things like that? Because see, if I'm an Apple customer or if I am a Google customer and I have currencies or money in my wallet, can I go in Europe or maybe in Australia to utilize and use the same platform?
Well, the American Express credit card, I don't have that issue in, so I'm good with that. Right. So I got my platinum. I don't have that weirdo one you have. I used to have it. It's the unlimited credit line where you can go out and go buy a yacht, and American Express will pay it for you or whatever.
That's what it looks like.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
That's my card, yes.
Yeah. Well, when I was working, I actually used to have that, but since I'm emeritus at my company, I don't have that. They downgraded me to the platinum card. But still, I mean, the whole point is when you travel and you use the credit cards, no problem. But cash, it's a big problem. You exchange your cash and you don't. You don't get very much money back. But with that, since we're at the hour, I just got to introduce some of our guests that are on. We have Ankit from New Delhi, India, who actually is director at IBM TV, where all the programming is run from New Delhi. And there's a reason for that. The Indians do the work and get the stuff done, and they don't charge what they do over here. But that's another story. And IBM has more employees in India than they do in the United States. Another story. We have Alexander Starr from Russia, now lives in Canada, but he's lived in Canada a long time, runs Modern Investing with Sasha, which is this Wednesday on IBM TV, and Chess Stars, which is Saturday on IBM TV. Just joining us is Holm Stoner from the American International Chamber of Commerce in Los Angeles, which he is the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce, which has over 9,000 companies that are members of the American International Chamber of Commerce.
500,000. Thank you for
It's at 500,000. All I know, he's got a lot of people.
480,000 to be exact.
Yeah, 480,000.
480,000.
I don't know how you keep track of them all. If you're the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce, do you know all your members? I don't know how you keep track. And then we have the
they know us.
American,
they know us.
They know you. The president of the American International Chamber of Commerce, and also a $1 billion money manager out of Liechtenstein, Singapore, but is trapped in Australia right now. What is that?
It's a kangaroo.
Oh, a roo, baby, a roo. The Australian. There we go. Right there we go. The roo, which is what Shakeel takes to work every day. He jumps on his kangaroo, and then we have Ben Banerjee from Netherlands, but he lives in Switzerland, and an advisor to world leaders and governments. And Ben, do you know Holm Stoner at the American International Chamber? Do you know him?
No, I'm meeting him.
Oh, you just met him? See, I thought maybe Holmes introduced you to us. I wasn't sure how you got on IBM TV because Holmes knows everybody with his 480,000 companies at the American International Chamber of Commerce. So I thought maybe since you advise world leaders, he was one of the world leader that you advise, but I wasn't really sure. Yes, Ankit.
No, I said, I mean, I've invited Ben for IBM TV stuff, basically.
So that's right, Ben. Okay, if it wasn't Holmes, it was Ankit, because Ankit has 1.3 billion Facebook followers, so he knows everybody.
It's like, so Nick, I will update it. 1.38 billion and 300 million outside India as well. There are a lot of people who live outside India as citizens of different countries. They are 300 million. And then in India, we have 1.38 as the government official figure.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, India is a very humbling country to be in, because when Holmes talks about his 480,000 members of the American International Chamber of Commerce, Ankit, who lives in New Delhi, goes, "Oh, that's the suburb next door." Okay, I mean, it's that tiny little suburb, that 400,000 people, because we have 1,300,000,000 people.
Let me interject something here. That's
Sure.
not 480,000 people. It's 480,000 small companies. Okay,
Oh,
they've got
480,000
millions of workers.
Okay, millions. Okay, that's starting to sound a little bit more impressive. We're getting closer to that 1.3 billion. 1.3 billion people that follow Ankit over in New Delhi. So yes, it does.
It still doesn't count. You've got our backup so far. You've got my backup, and you said 9,000 members when it was 500,000. Now you've got Holmes's backup, and you're still going to say
that's what the internet says.
It's still going to sit there and go, millions of people. I went to high school with millions of people.
In Australia?
No,
you went to high school with 1 million kangaroos. I mean, come on. Dude, those weren't people. Those were kangaroos you were in high school with.
There are more people at an Indian wedding than there is actually represented. Big day. So.
In India, the weddings are like that. It's not my big fat Greek wedding. It's my big Indian wedding.
The Greek no idea. We invented this, didn't we, Ankit? This is our baby. Big weddings.
Yeah, big weddings.
Though, Ankit, you made mention just before the top of the hour. You made mention about Apple Pay, Google Pay, that sort of stuff, and it kind of touches, I think, on what we talked about with Ben last time he was here, which was to do with cryptocurrencies. Look, the thing is that however you acquire those Google Play credits and the Apple Pay credits and all those sorts of things, you will have had to have paid for those credits with some sort of currency. And so when those credits exchange for another currency, the exchange rate might be slightly better, arguably, but you are still subject to those foreign exchange rates. They fluctuate. So it's sort of the same argument as I have against cryptos. I don't really see what problem they're solving other than perhaps ease of transfer and ease of purchasing power.
Yeah, I completely agree.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that there are a lot of commissions and there are a lot of overhead charges while we change the currencies on different platforms. And there is no single company where you go and just get it done, because every counter or every airport you'll find different companies, and you don't know which company to trust on and how to follow the process, basically. So I'm trying to have something which is global, and so that it's easy for you to convert. And maybe you can have wallets of multiple currencies. So if you're traveling to Europe or maybe traveling to Australia, you can carry the same wallet. Just change your primary currency to that country currency, so you can try and spend money out of it. Don't have to carry the cash and cards and all those stuff. Basically.
Yeah, well, I don't like carrying cash anyway, because when I was in St. Petersburg, Russia, I got pickpocketed, and they didn't get like $20 because I don't carry cash on me. I think they were looking for a bigger score. The American in St. Petersburg, yeah, they got nothing, because all I did is they took my credit cards. I canceled them all. But the thing is, yeah,
you see, Americans always disappoint Russians.
Yeah, well, I did disappoint you. You didn't get much cash over there, buddy, on the pickpocket and the Novisky Prospect. Anyway, Ben, speaking of Netherlands, since you're from there, we had Prince Constantine. I was looking for his feed on our show. Do you ever run into Prince Constantine of the Netherlands? He's a prince there, and he apparently works with a lot of startups. Do you ever run into him over there?
No, Alexander, yes, but he's now the king.
No, this guy's a prince. He's actually the younger brother of the prince to be, or something like that.
Yeah, because you have Alexander, Constantine, and the third one passed away.
Right.
So yeah.
It's the middle brother that's been on our show. I was looking for his feed, and I was going to put his feed on, but I can't find it because our IT guys haven't put his feed on there yet. But apparently, what he was given the assignment was to work with startups around the world, and so what he does, he goes to CES. I don't even know if they're going to have CES this year. Oh, you have his. There he is. There's a picture with him and Kim. Okay. Yeah, that's Prince Constantine. Yeah, but see, Ankit, I was going to show him on our feed, but he's not on our feed, so I can't throw his picture up there.
We have it on a different platform, so we can share it on next episode.
Okay, we'll share it on our next episode. But his mission was to actually encourage the startups and the innovations in the Netherlands. And what we've seen, Ben, is that a lot of countries back their startups. Do you see that in Europe, that the startups and innovation are being backed by their countries? Which, by the way, the United States, we don't do that. But in Europe, do you see that happening?
Yeah, very, very strongly. Switzerland, definitely. Germany also. Spain has a very strong startup community. But many of these communities are being supported not only by the national governments, but also the European Union, because European Union has put apart a lot of money, especially because of the COVID situation, to support startups.
Right. Yes, and also in Switzerland, they have this thing called, we talked about, the World Economic Forum. Now, I want to go next year to the World Economic Forum, not so much to listen to these business leaders and stuff, that guys that you like to talk to, but mainly so I can hang out in Switzerland. How is it getting tickets to the World Economic Forum? Can I just go there and pick them up when I'm over there?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, there are different kind of tickets. So you have main event and the side events. It depends on which events you want to attend. Side events are generally free. They nearly cost nothing. But the main event, either you're invited, then it's for free. If you're not invited, you can buy the tickets.
Oh, really? Okay. So I could buy my tickets there. Now, what about filming at the World Economic Forum? Can I film at the World Economic Forum, or do you guys have like a First Amendment allows me to do that, or will I have, like in Russia and China, where they pick up my they pick up the movie cameras as I go?
Switzerland is very, very relaxed. As long as you don't really run into somebody's toilet or bathroom or start harassing people.
But I can do that. No. I just wanted to do some filming and go over there so I can write off my plane ticket and my hotel rooms and hang out.
And nowadays it's impossible to control. Everybody with a mobile phone in their pocket is a cameraman. So you can't control.
That, by the way, that was my secret. I was going to, because my camera is a 4K cell phone right now.
Nobody's going to check you on that or control you on that. That's all fine.
Right. And by that time, maybe Shakeel will have been released from his what do they call it, confinement in Australia, maybe moving over to Switzerland. Shakeel, are you going to be moving to Switzerland or Liechtenstein? What country are you?
I'll be going to Switzerland. Unfortunately, Liechtenstein is a little small. So, as I said, the World Bank's in Switzerland and the Swiss Bank in Liechtenstein. I do want to actually say, this is slightly off the topic, but I do want to say, when it comes to divisive political issues, there's oftentimes people sort of just get, on their high horse about one subject or another. I personally am not a great fan of the place. I'm a libertarian, so why would you be? But I want to talk just very quickly about a Swiss police chief called Paul Gruninger. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. This was a police chief who was in St. Gallen near the border. And during World War II, he actually backdated a heap of Jewish refugees' visas. He actually essentially committed fraud. He backdated their visas to let them in. And he was eventually caught and he was fired from the police service, and he died actually in poverty. But that was somebody who said, I'm not listening to bureaucracy. I'm not listening to what the law says. I'm going to do what's right. And even, as he was dying, he said he didn't regret what he did because it was a question of human life versus, the bureaucrats. And since then, he's been very, very honoured in Switzerland, and I think he's got Ben, help me out here. I think he's got a football stadium named after him, or a train station or something. He's quite well known over there, and I personally, if Mark is still watching, I'd love for a Hollywood movie to be made about this man. I think that what he did, sacrifices he's made, were fantastic. So for those people that like me, have some trepidation about the way the police services work, look, there are some really great, honourable people that work within our institutions.
I mean, Second World War was a time when there were so many heroes and so many countries. Many of them we know, and most of them we don't.
Yeah, but we're supposed to be sponsoring International Day of Peace, which
That's
is
right.
on September 21st, just to let everybody know on IBM TV, September 21st, which is kind of a big deal. But in the world of economics and finance, International Day of Peace is sort of recognized or not. But it sounds to me like a good idea, because the Europeans always tend to get in a fight. Okay, Americans, we fight anybody at any time for any reason. We don't really care. As long as there's a fight, we're there. And, so this International Day of Peace should be a good idea.
You talk about Trump buying Australia and buying Greenland. Maybe Trump should make a play for California. Like California, they've got a good economy. They've got resources. They're just badly
managed. They do. Yeah, well, we actually he owns California right now, but he was trying to pick up an island, and we figured, well, Greenland is a nice big island no one really wants. Australia is kind of a desert island, which people do live on, but not that many. And so we figured we could buy a couple islands to add to the American empire, which wouldn't be a bad idea. So.
In relation to World Peace Day, if I can just say, there are so many unsung heroes, and I had the great privilege when I was in North Carolina, Nick, where you are at the moment. I had the great pleasure of going to the Charlotte Museum of History, and they were trying to raise money for a school. Actually, I've got to check in with them and find out what's happened. They were trying to raise money for a thing called the Sloan School. It was a school that slave children, when they were first sort of freed, were able to go to. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to move the school from where it is at the moment to the museum's grounds. And I made a reasonable donation, and will continue to make some donations to them. And one of the lovely ladies that worked at the museum asked me, why are you, as an Australian, and I said, I'm British, but why are you, as an Australian or a British person, why are you, interested in donating to this? This is an American thing. And I actually said to her, because I don't know exactly what many generations ago, what my family went through. I don't have a grudge against, white British people, but, my family were taken from India, and I don't think they just willingly jumped on ships. There were things that happened. And I think the World Peace Day is not about trying to recompense a certain group of people because of what happened in the past. It's about acknowledging the past, but it's also about acknowledging the unsung heroes. And I think every day when you look into these things, you will actually hear about or read about or learn about a person that did something. And it may have only just saved 3 or 4 people. It may have just been that little thing that helped. But those are the unsung heroes. And I think that they are largely forgotten and largely left behind. And I think that we should talk about the people that helped other people who were oppressed overcome adversity, overcome those circumstances. That's what World Peace Day, to me, is about. That it's about actually saying, yes, we all have a history that may have been horrible, but look at where we are today. And it's the same thing in business. It's the same thing in, where unions say, well, look at what all these sort of rapacious capitalists did, and they ground, the poor under the heels of these industrialists and those sorts of things. Yeah, look, we've done some terrible things to each other all throughout history. Of course we have. That freedom is something that's very rare. Humans have done awful things to each other all throughout our history. But look at where we are today. And we might disagree about politics. We might disagree about economic theory. We might disagree about, food or this or that, or which, who's the best sports team? Yours? No, it's my team. We can disagree about lots of things. But we are living in a world which is so much better than what most people alive or who have ever lived have ever experienced. And I think we should celebrate that. Warts and all, with all of our flaws, I think we should start saying, you know what? We've done something. We've still got places to go, but we've done something.
And I
To
completely
extrapolate
agree.
on that,
Yeah.
to extrapolate on that, this the 21st is the actual day of World Peace Day, but we start celebrating on the 18th. On the 18th, we will have live broadcasts from 12 different countries that are all basically coordinating with each other. Mostly from our group, which will come mainly from Latin America and Asia. But we have just added Morocco. We've added, which are the other countries? Morocco, and Tanzania, and Nigeria. So we've added these three countries in one day. So they're all going to send us 1 or 2 hours of their produced programming, and we're going to share it on the feed, so that all day long you'll be seeing people celebrating peace from around the world and showing their art and showing their dance and showing their music and showing how they do their business, and to show that the world can get along. That's the whole purpose of all this, is to show that we have a lot of differences in our planet of human beings to human beings, but we have one commonality. We all need to get along if we're going to sustain ourselves into the 21st century. In the next 15 years, we're going to double the population.
That's going to be pretty big. Double? You're talking about 15 billion people?
15 billion people are going to be walking on this planet in 15 years.
Okay. But you have to remember, Holmes looks at this from a Californian perspective. So being a sanctuary city, California's population may double. And now that they've got rid of the middle class, they'll have triple the population of poor, half the population of rich. The rest of us, it's okay. Ankit, don't worry. You're only going to have 1.5, 1.6 billion. It's not going to be 2.5. It's okay. You're cool.
3 billion. Wow. I mean, that's an unbelievable figure. But okay, so Ankit, we got to tell our producers on the weekend shift, because I don't work the weekend shift, to make sure they move all their programming for World Peace Day, and we'll go from the 18th to the 21st. Yep. So it's not going to be World Peace Day; it'll be World Peace Weekend, right? Yep.
Well, it's International Peace Festival.
Okay,
so that'll be getting feed from all around. It's a festival. And then on the 21st, the last day, we will broadcast in Union Square in Manhattan, in New York, the culmination of Peace Day, which is the 21st.
Okay, so we'll have a big party, because parties around here are kind of dead right now, Holmes, because of this COVID-19 thing. So we haven't been having too many of them. So we got our first World Peace Day big time party coming up on the 18th through the 21st on IBM TV. That would be super, and I'll make sure our programmers, because we met with our programmers, our producers, the last couple of weeks to shift the programming. Then I was trying to figure, because it lands on my Economics Monday, and how am I going to talk to these people who are these hardcore business profit-driven capitalists to move toward this thing called hardcore, where greed is the root of all good, people to move toward peace. But then I realized peace is good for business. So, you got to let them know. World Peace Day. There we go. September 21st here on IBM TV.
There you go.
Peace is good for business. World Peace Day. Here we go on IBM TV. So that's going to be our new programming. So it's going to co-opt all my Economics Monday show. But I'm talking to our producers and our guests right now. You got to go toward International Peace Day.
We are trying to cover all the continents apart from Antarctica and Arctic, because we have producers from around the world. So we are trying to create different content from different countries and talking about peace, because everyone, having a different perspective of peace, because they are in a different country and they have different things going around. So that's what we are trying to have, a world vision about what is the peace for them at this point of time during the pandemic.
So let's see how. All we need is the link, and everybody can link up with you.
Yeah, really? Okay. Yeah, right. Ankit, make sure I have the link. And I'm working on Antarctica as we speak. There's one TV programming in Antarctica, and Timur Garov. Okay, wait. You got to work on Antarctica. You can't ignore Antarctica. Timur Garov's address is like in some weird place in Antarctica. And we're not going to get rid of that.
We are coming up with a special from Antarctica as well. We are still working on it. Maybe we'll start producing that show maybe sometime at the end of September. That's from Antarctica.
Yeah, we have 2 shows that we're looking to produce in Antarctica right now as we speak. So we're not going to ignore you people in Antarctica. It is definitely on our table right now. And Timur Garev, who's going to be on this Tuesday, which Jim will talk about, is the world. He set the world record on blindfold chess, 48 games, simultaneous blindfold. He's in the Guinness Book of World Records. He's going to be on IBM TV this Tuesday on Chess Without Borders. 48 games, simultaneous blindfold, 2016 in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Jim's going to have that lidocaine. Can I just say, because you guys are coming up to it, and I'm not a partisan, as everyone keeps thinking I am. I'm not a partisan when it comes to your politics. I'm just trying to be impartial, which, according to you guys, makes me a partisan. There's a lot of blue in that World Peace Day, and coming this close to an election, maybe there should be some red in there as well, you know, just to kind of keep the Republicans happy. But I do have a more serious question for Sasha and for Ben, actually. Sasha, you said a couple of weeks ago that most Russians that you know actually would prefer Trump to win. But interestingly, some of the viewers may not know because we keep saying Russia, but actually you're from what is now the Ukraine. You're from the Soviet Union. You're from a place which is now the Ukraine. How do your Ukrainian friends and family members, if you still have them over there, how do they feel about the election? And actually, Ben, I'd like to ask you the same question about Switzerland. We know that Switzerland has actually moved a little bit anti-immigration. They've preferred political parties like the SNP and stuff like that. So how are they going? What's their opinion, and what's your general feel for the opinion of Europeans in relation to the US election? I know we're moving away from the World Peace Day, but I just thought we'd go back to that.
Okay, let's talk about Ukraine. I don't think that Ukraine is so much interested in foreign policies because they can figure out their own internal policies and what's going on. And I think they're very, I'd say, apolitical country when concerns foreign policy. The only thing, obviously, they're scared to death of their neighbor, Russia. But they're not unique in that plan. And actually, defending the World Day of Peace, it's very important to have very strong peacekeeping forces, because that would keep peace better than anything else. And apparently, as I noted somewhere, that last week, U.S. and Russian forces started to practice their peacekeeping forces in Syria, and it seems to me that both sides are ready for peacekeeping functions very well. So I hope our Peace Day will be very, very successful.
Yes, and Ben, what about you? Since Shakeel has a question relating to the elections, Alexander is a perfect politician, knowing how to answer the question perfectly by not answering the question.
I like the answer of Alexander very much because we have been involved with Ukraine since a long time, and what I would add to say is that we often seem to forget that the country which lost the most number of people in the Second World War, sorry for going back to the war again, was Russia. The number of people Russia lost in 30 years' time is beyond the perception of anybody in the West. We have never studied, we don't even know about it. I don't know the exact number, it's like 30 million or 40 million in a term of 30 years. There's not a single family which was left untouched. Ukraine is a very unique story, but that's maybe is for another discussion, and maybe I'll take it along with Alexander some other time. So that's Ukraine is a very, very interesting story, but that's some other time. Regarding the question of Shakeel, Switzerland is of course very, very pro-democrat, like most of the European countries. Regarding the internal migration of Switzerland, I don't know, Shakeel, if you're aware, but Swiss population went from 5 to 8 million in the last, I'm not sure, in about very, very short time. That is beyond any country can take. It would be something like taking 30 million or 40 million, say around 30 million in Germany, or say around taking 100 million in United States. No country in the world can take that kind of migration what Switzerland has done in the last 10 years. Despite of that, it has kept its economy stable, its social structure stable, everything has remained stable, despite of this immense kind of enforced migration. So of course that brings a kind of pushback that
but the Swiss, of course, moved very much to the right with the SNP over similar issues to what the UK and many other EU countries have had, which is we want to have our own sovereignty over immigration matters, economic matters, and others.
And thanks to SVP, I'm not a supporter of them. I think they're very narrow-minded, right-wing people. But they were also the one who kept Switzerland out of EU. And for that, I'm very thankful to that.
So
I don't even know what the SMP is. So
no, it's
the Swiss National Party.
Oh, Swiss National Party, SNP, Swiss National Party.
And obviously, who in the middle of getting my residency permit, it's been delayed because of COVID, I'm totally like an absolute liberal like Jim. I'm like, yeah, give me a sanctuary city in Zurich. But once I've got it, I'm not really into that anymore. Just saying, like I'm really not cool with that after that.
Yeah.
Yes, and we're at the bottom of the half hour for those people who just join us on IBM TV. We have our special guest Ben Banerjee from Switzerland, who's advisor to top government leaders throughout the world and also to top corporations around the world. Alexander Starr, who runs the Investment with Sasha, which is this Wednesday on IBM TV, and Chess Stars, Saturday on IBM TV. Our special guest from the Eid Foundation, Jim Eid from San Francisco, California, runs the Eid Foundation in San Francisco, California. Shakeel Latimer from Liechtenstein, well, actually Switzerland, Singapore, but he's trapped in Sydney, Australia right now. And then, of course, we have Holmstoner. Hey, it's life, COVID-19 life. Holmstoner, who's the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce. And, of course, Jim, we're talking about your very special guest, Timur, who's going to be on Chess Without Borders. Tell us a little about his blindfold I guess his blindfold chess he plays, and tell us a little bit about what's going on with your Chess Without Borders show.
Yeah, the Chess Without Borders is going to have a couple of guests. One of them is Timur, who is the world record holder for blindfold chess. Blindfold chess is not like you have a blindfold around you, but you don't have sight of the board. And Timur played 48 consecutive games, or games at the same time. So you would call out board one e4, and he would respond. And then board two would say their move, and he would respond, and so on through 48 games, and then you go back to board one. So it's an incredibly difficult and amazing performance to do. You have to be a master really to play one blindfold game, and to play two is, more than twice as difficult. To play four is considerably difficult. To play 48 he's playing a game of which I have no understanding when you talk about 48 simultaneous games of blindfold chess. Mm-hmm. So he's one of a kind, and I'm going to have him on my show tomorrow.
Yes, that's only because I wasn't able to steal him from you, but I tried, it just wasn't successful.
Jim, can
I did see you trying.
Yep.
Jim, can I say you caused me all sorts of grief the other day. I invited one of my neighbours over for a game of chess, and I was winning anyway, but I decided to be a real smart ass, and I actually moved my queen off the board in order to attack a piece. So I just invented extra space, and my opponent said, you can't do that. There's lines around the board. You can't just move out of there. And I held your books up and said, look, read that, Chess Without Borders. It doesn't say that. It says Chess for Dummies. And so my neighbor said to me, I think you should read the Chess for Dummies books, bro, because it's not Chess Without Borders. So, yeah, that's been my bit of horror story for this week. And I'm blaming you for it completely, because I will not take responsibility for that mistake.
Yeah, and you could get an autograph.
They're just imaginary lines, but in chess you have to imagine. Timur imagined 48 games simultaneously.
Well, he should do a book. What do they call it? Blindfold Chess for Dummies or something like that.
That's right.
Yes.
You know, and show us how you can play
He would
40.
be the authoritative source on that.
Show us how you
The opening foreword is like, we need to have more of Lynn's like lidocaines. Just get 10 patches, glue them onto your head, put the hat on, then you're ready. That's the opening dialogue for his book.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. That'll be it. You know, so so anyway, we have him as our coming on, I guess, IBM TV this week, and then we're going to be sponsoring the International Day of Peace on the 21st, but apparently the festival will begin on the 18th through the 21st. So Ankit just left to go talk to all our producers to re-gear our program to peace, as opposed to whatever else we do here on IBM TV. So I got to get my producers thinking in a different direction rather than this war that we keep thinking about. But
Nick is really frustrated with all the delegation he has to do.
You're right. I just want to press a button, delegate, well, sooner or later, we're just going to have computers run the whole thing. So it's just a matter of time that we're going to end up doing that. So on Economics Monday, there were some issues that I was supposed to bring up before the board. And of course, it's Labor Day. So in the United States, we're not working. We all have the day off. And his question was, does Canada and Australia, do you guys celebrate Labor Day?
Yes, we do.
Oh, really? Okay. Is it Labor Day today?
Yep.
Really? Okay. Let's go to the mate down under.
Solidarity.
Solidarity. Mate down under. You guys have Labor Day today.
Give me a minute. I'm Googling it.
You live there, buddy. Gosh. You should know.
Right.
No, see that because the thing is that we have
a Labour Party. Yeah,
which always confuses you guys, right? Because our centre right party is the Liberals. So when you come to America and go, I'm a Liberal, they're like, oh right, okay, and we're nothing. We're sort of halfway between the Democrats and Republicans. And we have the Labor Party, which is sort of the far left compared to what you guys have there.
Not the
So
moderate left.
we can really say Labor Day because everyone's going to be like, Labor Day? What about Liberal Day? It just doesn't work. But no, I do believe that we have it. I don't think we've got it in all the states. I know that New South Wales has it, which is the state that Sydney's in. I'm not sure about Western Australia, though. I think Western Australia has WA Day, Western Australia Day. So yeah, we do have it, and goodness knows when it is. It's a public holiday, but it doesn't matter too much this year.
Well, Labor Day is kind of supporting unions. That's kind of the basis. Do you have anything that's like that, like supporting labor unions?
Yes, it's called watching American politics on TV.
Yes. So every day is Labor Day?
It's really interesting. I actually wrote a letter to the Labor Party years ago when I was in high school, and I've still never actually gotten an answer for it. Labor in Australia, like colour, is spelt with a U. So colour is spelt C-O-L-O-U-R. Labor is spelt L-A-B-O-U-R, right? But the Labor Party is spelt L-A-B-O-R. So I was like, why? What happened there? What was it? And the Labor Party never got back to me. I was genuinely curious, and I still am. So if there's any Labor Party members, please do fill me in. But
how do you spell centre?
Correctly.
So I wouldn't recognize it.
Yeah, so it is C-E-N-T-R-E. It's the same way that when we see the word H-E-R-B, we say herb because there's actually a H in it. But in any case, I'm not sure what
how you say Harvard.
I'm not actually sure what Labor Day actually even represents in Australia. I hear that you guys aren't supposed to wear white on Labor Day or something. Well,
that's fashion.
I have no idea. I'm still trying to Google it. So,
we're trying to get a fashion show going. Then you'll learn. But right after Labor Day is.
I'm working on it. I've got the polo. I've got the multicolors.
You can do any day.
There's green. There's everything happening.
Yeah. You're supporting everything every day.
In Canada, centre is spelled differently from United States. It's centre, like in French.
Or English.
But it's pronounced center anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, but besides that, my directors want to bring up this thing called Brexit, which is going to take place in 38 days from now. In other words, they're supposed to finalize the Brexit. Is that being finalized?
It's the 1st of January, right? That they exit.
I don't know. Apparently, they voted on exiting. Now they've got to finish up the exit stuff, and apparently the people in the UK can't figure out what to do. I was going to try to get Ben on.
Yeah, we need Ben Coates.
Yeah, Ben Coates on.
While we're waiting for Ben, I believe that I believe that it actually officially happens on the 1st of January. I actually made a joke when I had my passport renewed. I know it's very faded now, but it used to say Great Britain and the United Kingdom, and at the top it said European Union. And I fell off a yacht when I was in Tahiti, and it faded the European Union bit. And I said, oh well, I guess I don't need that bit anymore. But look, I know there's a lot of people that are upset about the UK having left. I'm talking about British people who are upset about it. The Scottish especially are unhappy about it. But I think that there's this element of the push and pull between having your own sovereignty and also being able to participate in a major worldwide economy. And the EU is obviously a major worldwide economy. I'm
sorry, but I've got to stop you there. You lost me after you fell off a yacht in Tahiti.
Well,
I didn't hear
he was talking about the Europeans trying to
before you came on, Jim,
world economy.
So I'm one of those wealthy elites that actually wanted to stay in the EU, and this is coming from somebody who's born British but hasn't really ever lived in the UK for any substantive time. But look, I have to look at not just what's good for me, but why do other people want to leave the EU? And it was predominantly the working class that actually said, look, I'm not up for this. So I had basically said, well, if you're not up for this, I'm going to go and be a wealthy, elite, international person and go on a yacht into Tahiti and Bora Bora.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the last yacht I heard someone getting taken off of was Steve Bannon. So I was just wondering under what circumstances you fell off the yacht.
Well, I fell off it because I may have imbibed a little too much. But I had to because my elitist privilege as a wealthy Londonite wasn't working. So I decided to join the French and go to French Polynesia, which is the place where Tahiti is. Look, Bill said it perfectly last week. Which lives matter, and we have had a terrible set of circumstances.
I got to get my crying towel out.
Jim, you guys in California, you and Holmes in California claim to want to look after minorities. What about those of us that are in the 1%?
Yeah.
Like 99% of people want to take our money. They hate us.
Now I feel woke. I feel woke now, Shakeel. Thank you.
Exactly, right? Like we are so oppressed. It's awful. And they want to jack our taxes up as well. This is awful. So,
more taxes.
Yeah.
Oh, you poor thing.
I don't have a problem. I actually don't have a problem.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
if California, I'll give you my word today, right? I promise. If California puts their tax rate up to 200 or 300% of your annual income, I will move there straight away because I'm sure there'll be a whole heap of loopholes that I can exploit.
There we go. Yeah, see, so it makes all the sense in the world. But California,
those were crocodile tears I was shedding because I know you would get around it.
Right. So, since California is the world's 4th largest economy,
why can't we succeed and get over with it?
Sorry, can I cut in, Nick? Sorry, I had to say this because I got a heap of flack from clients and business partners going, "How did you let Nick get away with?" California is the 4th when you said they were the 8th. How did you do that? I have to say something very important. The US dollar has increased against a lot of other international currencies. That's why you're the 4th right now. Okay. Judged in other currency terms, maybe not so much. So, come on now, right? Australia, India, Canada, we all have our own currencies. So if you're only judging it by the strength of the US dollar, bit facetious. Come on now.
There's lies, damn lies, and statistics.
You know, the thing is,
It is what it is, brother. It is what it is.
Sooner or later, he's just going to have to admit that the fourth largest economy is that great state of California, you know, bigger than India, bigger than Australia, bigger than anybody else.
Can you please be nice to me, because I don't talk to my investors. The fact that a heap of them called me since our last show, and I'm like, how did you get my phone number? Okay, I will sort it out. I'll tell them it's just the US dollar strength. That's it.
Okay, you sorted it out. You said it was the U.S. dollar being strong, U.S. dollar.
USA.
Okay, so you can always blame it on the U.S. and we'll blame it on Great Britain, and I'm okay with that.
The US dollar is
Especially
always
when Ben's not here, we should blame the UK.
We could
the
blame the
US
UK.
dollar is always strong. The US economy isn't.
Well, our dollar is so strong. That's the reason we're
Ankit's
thinking
got a
about,
question, Nick.
We're thinking about buying
I
Australia.
don't have my referee shirt
Now,
on.
go on, Ankit.
Which country have more dollars right now? Apart from US, which country have more US dollars?
Which has more U.S. dollars besides the U.S.?
Yeah.
India.
China.
Whoa, they got our dollars.
They got our
Oh,
debt.
no,
We haven't
got our
paid them
debt.
yet. They just have our debt.
What do you have to say about that? Because the people who have dollars, they are the real power, and China have more dollars right now.
Really? Okay.
Holmes won't like my answer very much because Holmes loves China, and I don't not love China, but I'll give you my answer anyway. If lidocaine was being sold to China by Lynn Shepherd in massive quantities, to the point that we had a heap of Chinese yuan in America, and we had a free-floating currency, that would even itself out. And that would be exactly the same thing as what would happen in China. They have sold us, or sold America and Australia, they've sold us their goods. We've given them our currency. They can't do anything with it. They've got to spend it on other stuff locally within our countries. But when we prevent them from doing so, what that means is the only thing they can do is put it into debt. So if we had a freer system and a more, a more unregulated system for international trade,
Like a global system.
Yeah, well, a global system. I'm not a global elitist by any means, but a global
you're specialized elitist.
With good regulations, I'll accept that. There need to be regulations, but it has to be more towards the line of free market capitalism than it is to be, centrally planned and controlled.
Well, one other thing I've got to say is that, Nick, you mentioned International Peace Day, and I thought that when we did talk about International Peace Day, we were supposed to encourage people to send in videos. What does Peace Day mean to you? I know I did my video, and I'm sure that Ankit did his, but, we want viewers to also share theirs.
Oh, we do?
Is that right, Nick?
Oh, I don't know. Ankit does all the programming, so I have to ask Ankit. I always elect to defer. So, Ankit, are we? I always delegate. Are we taking videos from our viewers on International Peace Day? Is that what
we are requesting viewers to share the videos for Peace Day if they want to, but we are taking videos from people and experts around the world who come on IBM TV and talk about a lot of other issues. So we are asking them because we have people from different parts of the world, and we are trying to cover all the continents. So the more videos we'll get, the more content we can place on the World Peace Day, and people will get to know the different perspective, because apart from US and India, we have like 100 more countries right now. I mean, we need more opinions and people to know about Peace Day, because everyone's peace perspective is different from what we have to discuss in US and India. So that's what it is. In fact, I'm not sure, but in India, the news is going on that Trump is, working on Peace Day's mission, because he wants to get the Nobel Prize, and that's why he get the deal from UAE and Saudi Arabia. And after that, they're also working on a deal between Kosovo and Serbia. So I'm not sure, but there's media news going on in India.
Oh, okay. So somebody's going the Nobel Prize. We don't cover the Nobel Prize here at IBM TV. We'll have to do that. We'll do the World Peace Day, and looks like we're going to do the World Economic Forum out of Davos, Switzerland, but not that. We do also cover things when it relates to business called the Family Dollar Store. As a matter of fact, Lynn has just arrived from the Family Dollar Store.
The Family Dollar Store?
The Family Dollar Store. E-commerce is a very important part.
And watch his space, because he is going to sort out the trade deficit in the United States by selling lidocaine back to China.
Yeah. So tell us about the Family Dollar Store, because COVID-19 just came out that looks like it's going to be around for at least till the end of the year, maybe beyond, which is not good. But they believe e-commerce will pick up during the Christmas season. It's going to be all e-commerce. Hopefully, Lynn, you start having some products that are good for Christmas, because it looks like this COVID-19 thing is going to be around for a while. Besides masks, what can I get my grandkids?
Though, so it's Christmassy.
Oh, you get a green mask for Christmas. Oh, great.
No, it's actually a blue mask.
The mask itself, yes, the box is green.
I mean, it could be some combination of blue and green, but as probably most of us know, men only know is it 9 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, brown, and black.
Yeah.
Oh, I should say
what's
what?
This indigo? I hear this word indigo. I don't know what it means.
I have no idea. The only one that I recognize is burgundy, but that's not even the color. That's just the wine. So what can I say? But the dollar store, and I want to thank everybody for thinking about it, especially Shaq, who is really paying attention because he knows there's lidocaine. Okay. So, except that Shaq needs to know that the lidocaine itself is only part of the CBD patch. So let's talk about, this is not like the Family Dollar store, brick and mortar store that you might go to, or it's called Family Dollar actually, and it is a store, small s. But ours is called the family.dollarstore.com. It's our family's online store. We're here because we're contributing to Money Masters PBS, which is the owner of IBM TV. We love the mission, which is to reduce the gap between poverty and financial sustainability by providing financial education, which results in financial fitness. And through the end of September, we are giving 100% of our profits to Money Masters PBS. After that, it'll be 50% of our profits, which is our arrangement with Money Masters. But we decided to do a little bit more this month. So we invite everybody. You don't even have to worry about the link. Just simply go to IBM TV, click on the big round button, which is green if you're not colorblind, but it's big and round if you are. And it'll take you right to the store. So you don't have to worry about the link, because we're really interested in IBM TV and Money Masters anyway. So don't worry about the link. Don't worry about the name. Just go to the link and click on. We have lots of different products. Become a customer. You get $5 worth of gift tokens. So as you saw, Jim and I were both wearing the masks. And I'll put it back on again. Some color between blue and green. I'm not sure what it is. But we do have a box of face masks for $50. For 50 face masks for $25, and we have free shipping for $25. So why not get free masks, get masks shipped for free? And if you use the $5 worth of gift tokens that you get automatically by signing up to become a customer, now it's only going to cost you $20. And how much is that per mask, Jim?
40 cents?
40 cents. Don't sound like it's a little questionable, Jim. I
did the other one on my calculator, so I was positive the other one.
Well, then, because we want you to sign up to become a customer in the month of September as well, we're going to give you an extra $5 worth of gift tokens. So now it's only going to cost you $15, and that's 30 cents a mask. But we have lots of products. I know Ankit is running the screen, and you can see that we have lots of CBD products. Some are good for sleep. Some are gummies that Jim has been using. Jim says they taste really good and they work. The lidocaine patches, CBD patches with lidocaine in them, they really work well. So if you happen to have tendonitis in your arm, which I do, working in the garden as I did 2 days ago, I got some tendonitis, so I put them on. But if you're a chess player, then what we have to tell you is put it on your arm, because it's hard moving those chess pieces around. And if you're going to play Sasha, as Jim does, we know it's painful, so he puts it on his head ahead of time. But we have quality products. Isn't that right, Jim? We have quality
products, and they don't cost a whole heck of a lot.
That's right. So don't look at them as cheap. Look at them as quality products for less money. And when you're spending less money, you're really saving. Because if you went to the brick and mortar store, you would spend more. When you go to the regular brick and mortar store, I mean, for instance, let's take one of the beauty items. Now, well, Jim, you might want to use it, but that's okay. But Kimberly has no lines in her face because she uses the beauty products. Well, if she went to Amazon to get the one Genesis Line Solutions, which is there, she thought we had sold out and we haven't. But when you get that at Amazon, it costs $67.
There's something wrong with that.
Why would you pay $62 more than it costs here on our online store? It'll be shipped to you in 3 to 5 days, right to your home. And of course, if you live in Bernathen, Pennsylvania, like I do, we don't have mail delivery. So I have to go down the street to the post office. But that's fun because I see a lot of my neighbors there. And I pick up my box of whatever it is I ordered from the dollar store, and I bring it home. Not heavy, not hard. But for Jim, it's shipped right to his door.
Right to my doorstep. I just open my front door, pick it up.
Pick it up. Yep. And bring it right in. So anyway, we invite you to go. We have over 4,300 items. We keep adding more items, especially as people tend to really like certain items that we don't have if they tell us what they are. The only one's hammocks. I'm not sure that we're going to get hammocks for Mark, but that's okay. But
you got cookies for Mark, so.
Ankit's showing you the new arrivals. You can look at all the categories, but they're name brand products. Okay, we have stuff from Johnson & Johnson, Fisher Price, Purina dog chow stuff. I mean,
I hadn't seen those.
What's that?
I hadn't seen those before, so I'm going to get them for my dog.
New prime cuts for the dogs.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I want to treat my dog King just like he is, a king.
Yeah.
Okay, and a great dog, by the way. But there you go. So look at all the things, stickies that we get from 3M, and lots of stuff for your business, Vaseline products.
Lynn, Kimberly told me those stickies were lipstick. Why did she do that? Was she trying to get me to shut my mouth? I think she told me those glue sticks were lipsticks.
Oh no, they're for making notes. Just like these little guys that I have here.
Okay.
A light red of some sort. I don't know if you can tell.
Reddish.
My wife tells me they're pink, but I don't know. That's another color.
Yeah.
That I don't know. But we have snacks. Look, Nick is eating some of our snacks.
Oh my goodness, Nick.
Yeah. We have cookies. Mark is the cookie monster. Ever Ready batteries. Arm & Hammer stuff.
And ramen noodles.
Yep. I mean, great products. Why leave
expensive and good.
Why leave the house? But let's talk about financial fitness, Jim.
Okay.
Because financial fitness has 5 aspects.
All right.
Number 1, save. Okay. And you can do that on the online dollar store.
Obviously.
Number 2 is invest. Okay. Number 3 is use the money that you've saved and you've invested because you're making more money to pay for all your necessities. But then you have taxes because a lot of people, when they get out of school, they get a job and they forget they have to pay taxes. Okay.
Shakeel.
But then number 5 is pay forward.
Pay forward.
And contribute to, your favorite mission. And think about this. You're doing when you're buying at the online dollar store, you're saving money and you're paying forward because we're giving our profits to money masters. But then you can do a threefer. You know what a threefer is? Do they have threefers down in Australia, Shaq? You know what a three?
It depends what you say a threefer is.
They have Hooters. Is that close enough?
No,
Unless you're watching Total Recall within the context of what Nick said, we don't have threefers.
no, we have threefers here because that's 3 in 1. Okay, so what happens if where there's been a lot of fires out in California, okay, or Hurricane Laura, which hit Louisiana? Find a charity in that area, find their address, order some stuff online. You're saving money by doing it. You're giving to the charity, but you're supporting Money Masters PBS. So what could be better than that? Now look, Shaq, unfortunately, but he knows this. Shaq, we don't have a store yet on an online dollar store down in Australia. However,
we can work on it. We are
going to work on it. We're going to work on it in India. But you and Ankit can become customers. And when you do, you can give your tokens to people here in the United States to use.
I'm worried, Lynn, that the Californians, Holmes and Jim, are going to be after my $5 coupons. And if I give it to Nick,
they definitely will.
Going to line it and say, look, just because he wears a red tie, it's going to be terribly confusing because our centre left party here in Australia is blue and our left party's red. So it's just awfully. It's just going to get really messy.
Well, don't worry about that because with a population of 330 million, I have to think that you would know 329,998,998 others to be able to give your tokens to other than Holmes or Jim. And we've blocked Jim because he's trying to hoard the gift tokens. So anyway,
Ankit tried to send me some and he couldn't.
Lynn, you have made a great impression with Holmes, and obviously you not Philadelphians, Pittsburgh. Where are you guys from again?
Philadelphia.
He's in Philly.
Holmes is from about an hour and a half south of Pittsburgh, an hour and a quarter south.
So you same state guys, look after each other. Can I just very quickly say, because I know we're getting to the top of the hour, I just want to very quickly say when it comes to financial literacy, something that Kimberly always talks about, if you can save a couple of dollars by shopping at Lynn's store, don't go and spend those couple of dollars. Put it aside. I know it doesn't sound like much, but it will add up. If I had have done that when I was younger, it would have added up. When you go and buy that suit, or if you're a girl and you go and buy that dress or whatever it might be, and it's on special that day, the shampoo, the conditioner, the bananas, the apples, whatever it is that you buy and it's on special, pretend that you paid full price for it and just put those couple of dollars aside. It may not seem like much, but it will add up over time. Yes. Okay? And whatever you do, don't entrust it to the experts because they don't know what they're doing. Entrust it to you. Okay? You make the decisions yourself.
Remember to invest and learn how to invest here at IBM TV.
Learn how to invest. Don't trust.
And of course, we have that show, which is Wednesday, Investing with Sasha. So once you save the money, learn how to invest. As a matter of fact, here is Sasha, my big star on Investing Wednesday, which I'm going to have to start going to because I got to shift some money over to the market. After our market collapses, I'm going to go start buying again. So with that, I'd like to thank all our guests from IBM TV. We're at the hour. And thank you all. And we'll be seeing you next week on Economics Monday.
Peace, brother.